Chapter 5136. According to Ling Zhao's conjecture, the Dragon Cave in Martial City would at most help a martial artist break through to the late stage of the divine physique echelon realm. Although Ling Zhao was only at the late stage of the divine physique echelon realm, his strength was close to the late stage of the divine physique echelon realm. Long Qin, Cold Plum, and Yu Fenghua were also working hard to update. Please refresh later. This chapter is working hard to update. Please refresh later. Handsome guys and beauties, can you register as a member first? If you register as a member, you can use the bookmark function on the bookshelf. If this chapter is nonsense, like the author asking for votes, please skip it and continue to the next chapter. Please save this page first so that you can read it later. Otherwise, you won't be able to find this chapter later. Recommended author: Strange Stories of the Southern Song Dynasty. Strange Stories of the Southern Song Dynasty synopsis. He was just a small servant, but he was involved in an ancient secret. A bizarre murder case had sent an affectionate young miss and a cold and arrogant little maid to him. Were they really innocent people who were involved in this? West Lake's broken bridge, full of mysteries. Fate linked by a thread. The truth was just a short distance away. Strange Stories of the Southern Song Dynasty forwarding address /317/3175553/33xf/3175553/content trial reading chapter 001. Returning home in glory. Southern Dynasty, Qi Kingdom, Qiantang Shilling Bridge. The moon hung high in the sky, and the night fog curled up on the road. An oil wall carriage approached from afar, speeding along a small road in Jiangnan's countryside. There was a pair of lanterns in front of the carriage. As the carriage bumped along with the rolling wheels, the delicate and beautiful word Su on the lanterns swayed unsteadily. The carriage was draped with light muslin curtains, and a coachman sat in front of the carriage holding the reins. The moonlight was like water, illuminating the ground and not making it dark. More importantly, he was already familiar with this road, so he could walk on it with his eyes closed. Therefore, the night didn't affect the speed of the carriage at all. The curtains swayed with the wind, occasionally revealing 3 beautiful figures in the carriage. In the middle of the group was a young lady dressed in red. Her hair was cloudy and her steps were light. Looking from behind, one could only see her slender neck, like that of a graceful swan. The girl on the left had white hair and the girl on the right had green hair. Judging from her clothes and hairstyle, she was still dressed as a young girl. Obviously, she was the maid of the beauty in the middle. However, looking at the 3 of them sitting together, walking under the moonlight, and their crisp laughter spreading all the way, it was obvious that they were as close as sisters. The girl in the middle was Qiantang's #1 dancer, Su Yaoyao. The girls in white and green were her maids by Su and Qingting. The 3 ladies were traveling at night to meet with young Master Wan, an official's family. Tonight, young Master Wan had set up a banquet and invited all the local talents and beauties. 33 starters all of a sudden. The frosty night changed from a cold white color to a golden glow. It was as if a sealed sun had suddenly broken free from its shackles and leaped into the sky. The coachman, old Huang, who was driving the carriage, suddenly couldn't see anything. In a panic, he hurriedly pulled on the reins. The 2 horses were abruptly reined in by him and reared up. Their 4 big hooves heavily smashed onto the ground with a paw sound, abruptly stopping the carriage. Ayo! The 3 girls in the carriage were caught off guard and almost fell out of the carriage because of the sudden stop. Fortunately, the 3 of them were squeezed together. Although the 3 girls' bodies were light, how wide could an oil wall carriage be? Therefore, they didn't roll out of the carriage. If they fell and messed up their hair, it would be fine. But if they fell and hit the ground with their faces, it would ruin their beautiful faces. Old Huang, what's going on? Su Yaoyao was a little angry. She covered her face with her hand and blocked the strong light. She immediately lifted the curtains, bent over, and stood on the carriage. Bai Su and Qing Ting also followed. The three of them stood at the front of the carriage and looked up at the sky. As soon as they saw the strange scene in the sky, they were stunned. 33 update, mobile terminal. / 33 update fastest computer. / he saw a huge golden wheel-like object that looked like a heavenly king was hovering in the air. The light that was as bright as the sun was emitted from it. It swayed in the air as if it couldn't support itself. All of a sudden, the golden wheel-like object exploded. The huge shock wave was like ripples that quickly spread in all directions. The coachman, old Huang, cried out in surprise. He rolled off the carriage like a lazy donkey and dove into the bottom of the carriage. However, Su Yaoyao, Bai Su, and Qing Ting couldn't avoid it in time. The golden light passed through their bodies. The three beautiful girls swayed and fell to the ground. The golden light disappeared, and so did the golden wheel in the air. A few places in the distance were on fire, and smoke rose. The night returned to its cold state and quietly shone on the three beautiful bodies. The night dew was sparkling and translucent. The grass was like a carpet, the pine trees were like a cover, and the path was silent. The oil-wall carriage stopped there, and the two horses snorted in a daze as if nothing had happened. Time flew by. 500 years later, the moon was high in the sky and the lanterns were lit. It was a lively time in Qinhuai. Beside the peach leaf ferry, a young man waved a small fan and slowly walked over. Many passers-by on the road would greet him warmly, Brother Han. The young man would return their greetings with a smile and was very polite. Brother Han was dressed in a round-neck robe with a leather belt around his waist. He wore a legless headdress, and a beautiful rose was inserted into his temples. It complemented his handsome face and made him look a little devilish. However, there was nothing he could do. This was the custom of the Song dynasty. From the emperor to the commoners, as long as they were men, they liked to wear flowers. The flower-wearing young man in front of him was tall and handsome. Even when he was not smiling, there was a slight smile on his lips. It was slightly upturned and very likable. His pair of black and shiny eyebrows made his eyes look especially spirited and lively. It was as if he could speak as he looked around. He was different from those men who were covered in grease and insisted on wearing flowers. When young ladies and young wives saw him, they couldn't help but take a few more glances. This person was called Yang Han. 3 days ago, he was a member of the Nanjing Street Department in the Song dynasty. The street department was in charge of the city streets. Its functions and status were similar to the urban management of the later generations. However, the urban management of the Song dynasty had many functions. It was almost a combination of policing, environmental protection, taxation, fire control, price inspection, industrial and commercial law enforcement, greening and cleaning, and handling illegal road occupation. Those who could do this were either scoundrels like Neo Air, who could control people, or slick in dealing with people, who knew how to steer according to the wind, and who was alert and clever. But when he really had to fight with people, he had to be a good fighter. Not only could he bend and stretch, but he also had to be soft and hard. Yang Han belonged to the latter. He had the gift of the gab, was alert, and had good martial arts. Although he was a small person at the bottom of society, in the 300 years of the Song dynasty, the commoners lived the best and wealthiest lives. If you did not have the ambition to become a marquis or conquer the world, you only wanted to be a commoner. Or if you only had the ability to be a commoner, then you were born in the Song dynasty and had cultivated merit for several generations. In other dynasties, the lives of commoners were far inferior. Therefore, Yang Han, a small urban management of the Song dynasty in the Jiankong city, lived a very interesting life. Unfortunately, 3 days ago, he lost this fat job. It wasn't that Yang Han had offended some big shot, nor was it that he had met some scoundrel with a powerful background, so he couldn't do it anymore. It was because the head of the sub-district department, Mr. Li, had taken a fancy to him and wanted to marry his daughter to him. The head of the department was equivalent to the captain of the urban management team. He was a member of the Yamen, and people like Yang Han were all recruited by the head of the department. Therefore, to be precise, Yang Han was the job of the head of the department. To be able to become the son-in-law of the head of the department, there should be smoke rising from his ancestral grave. However, Yang Han was also a smooth and slick character. He was very familiar with the city fox and the rats in Jiankong City. He was very well informed. He knew the head of the department's precious daughter better than the head of the department himself. How could he agree? The daughter of the head of the department was called Li Xiu. She was born beautiful, but she was not very restrained in the imperial examination. According to the news that Yang Han heard, this Miss Li had several lovers. She even had an abortion for one of her recent lovers, a scholar named Mu Si. Until now, the two of them were still hooking up with each other, and their relationship was unclear. As the saying goes, it is better to marry a prostitute and live a good life than to marry a red apricot over the wall. Yang Han was also an ambitious man. He would not be a scrubbing pot for that surnamed Mu. If he was pointed at behind his back, it would be a laughingstock. Therefore, Yang Han used all his skills and did not hesitate to sully himself. He was unwilling to submit no matter what. However, this master, Li, did not know what was wrong with his brain. He did not understand the principle that forcefully twisted melons are not sweet. He actually threatened to resign from his job. Yang Han naturally refused to submit, so he lost his job. These 2 days, when the people on the street mentioned the missing Yang Han, many people could not help but sigh. They felt sorry for him, but they did not expect that he would show up in the evening. There was a restaurant next to Tao. Yang Han walked in, picked a table, and sat down. He raised his voice and said, "Shopkeeper, a bowl of duck blood and vermicelli soup, a tray of crab roe buns, and a jiao of wine." When Miss Du, who was wearing an apron, saw that it was Yang Han, she was delighted. Girls liked to be pretty, who did not like to see a handsome young man. She and her father took care of this restaurant. Every time Yang Han came, the duck blood and vermicelli soup would be full of ingredients. They were even willing to add a spoonful of pepper for him. She immediately agreed in a crisp voice and busied herself. Yang Han turned his head and saw Old Fan passing by with a pole. He hurriedly shouted, "Hey, Old Fan, come in, come in. Cut me half a tail of mutton and a set of pig pancreas." This Old Fan was a person who carried a pole and sold cooked food. Yang Han was familiar with him. When he heard him call, he hurriedly mustered up his courage and entered the restaurant. He put down the pole and the chopping board on Yang Han's table. He picked up a piece of mutton and began to cut it. As he cut, he smiled and said, "Brother Han, you're looking for a better job. Where are you getting rich now?" Yang Han was waiting for him to say this. He arrogantly glanced around and saw that everyone was listening attentively. Only then did he smile reservedly. "Not really, not really. It's just that I'm indebted to our Jiankong Prefecture Magistrate Master Li for his appreciation. Now, I'm a small steward in the Li estate." Old Fan was shocked and exclaimed, "Ayo, that's amazing. A 7th-ranked official in front of the Prime Minister's door. Brother Han, now that you've become a steward in the Li estate, I'm afraid your status won't be lower than head Li's, right?" Yang Han smiled faintly. It was not good for him to flatter himself, but he did not deny it either. It was clear that he tacitly agreed with Old Fan's words. Originally, why else would he be dressed like a flower with a hairpin and a sachet tied to his waist? Why else would he appear in the area he was previously in charge of? Returning home in silken robes. Southern Song Chronicles 2/3xs/317/317/317/31753/. Chapter 5137. Princesses Wise. Zhongling's eyes shone with respect. Princess Huang, Shui's move was beautiful, no matter if the assassination was successful or not. She could shift the blame to Qi Tianmei and let the Qi family fight with Ling Xiao. She would sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. It was really amazing. But will Ling Xiao believe it? Zhongling was still a little worried. This is even simpler. Some time ago, I accidentally obtained a magic treasure from the Qi family. It's called Soul Sword. It's said that there aren't many people in Qi Tianmei's line who know the Soul Sword technique, but there are still a few. The Soul Sword technique is a saint-level soul secret technique that's very good at sneak attacks and assassinations. It's a genuine third-level saint-level secret technique. It's not the rubbish that's circulating outside. I heard that many small oases also claim to have saint-level techniques. That's ridiculous. Those are just fake saint-level techniques. The real saint-level techniques can only be cultivated when one's cultivation reaches the 9th level of the divine physique echelon. The requirements for saint-level martial skills and saint-level secret techniques are relatively lower. One can cultivate them at the 1st level of the divine physique echelon. However, only at the 9th level of the divine physique echelon can one unleash the true power of 1st level saint-level martial skills and secret techniques. Secret techniques are harder to learn than martial skills and are more special. I believe that Ling Xiao will have to believe it after seeing this soul sword technique. Huang Shui sneered and said, "Originally, I nurtured someone who's good at the soul sword technique to sneak into the Qi family. But this time, let's test his loyalty first. Let him kill Ling Xiao." Zhongling's heart trembled. This Princess Huang Shui was indeed extraordinarily intelligent and cunning. No matter how smart Ling Xiao was, he probably wouldn't connect this assassination to Huang Shui. "Princess, don't worry. I'll take care of it." Zhongling nodded. Such a perfect plan had to be executed well. She couldn't let Princess Huang Shui's efforts go to waste. "Ling Xiao, blame yourself for offending Princess Huang Shui. You don't know what's good for you. If you die this time, you'll be lucky." Zhongling glanced outside the window. She had to make a move. At that time, she would go to the Hummer Mountain Range in the name of helping Ling Xiao. After all, Princess Huang Shui was now cooperating with Ling Xiao on the surface. If she didn't help, it would raise suspicions. At this time in the Hummer Mountain Range, in a deep and dark forest, only specks of light fell on the ground. There was a rustling sound not far away, as if something was hiding in it. It made his hair stand on end. This was an open space. Ling Xiao stood there. He was surrounded by people. Standing in front of him was one of the 36 leaders of the Hummer Gang, ranked 32nd. His cultivation had reached the early stage of the 8th level divine physique echelon. No wonder the Hummer Gang was so arrogant. The strength of the 36 bandit chiefs was probably at the 8th level of the divine physique echelon or above. If that was the case, it would not be easy for the warriors in the outer circle of the Golden Region to annihilate them. Qi Tianmei really had sinister intentions in assigning them this mission. There were more than a dozen Hummer Gang bandits around them, and their strength was at the 7th level of the divine body realm. Their average strength had already surpassed the Martial City's city defense army. "Die!" Bandit Chief 32 suddenly shouted. His feet suddenly left the ground, and he dashed toward Ling Xiao. Like a ferocious beast pouncing on its enemy, his speed was extremely fast. The machete in his hand emitted a bloody aura, which made one tremble in fear. Ling Xiao had already entered the beast god's body state. Facing such an enemy, he didn't dare to be careless. Holy ground, demonic shadow, light body sane inscription. Ling Xiao instantly performed a movement technique, together with the light body sane inscription. His body instantly turned into an afterimage. He left his original position. Boom! Bandit Chief 32's blade energy flew past Ling Xiao's body, splashing the grass on the ground. It's actually a top-notch pseudo-saint movement technique. No, it seems even faster. Bandit Chief 32 muttered to himself as he felt a terrifying danger approaching. How could Ling Xiao just dodge? While dodging the opponent's attack, he performed the void-shattering technique with his left hand. A ray of light pierced Bandit Chief 32's body, leaving a bloody hole on his back that was still emitting black smoke. The void-shattering technique transcended the void. The speed of this move was definitely not a problem, but the power was lacking. It actually didn't pierce through the opponent's body. Even so, Bandit Chief 32 was still hit and fell to the ground. However, this guy was a fierce bandit after all. Even under such circumstances, a dagger suddenly flew out of his hand. It pierced Ling Xiao's arm. Fortunately, Ling Xiao's physical defense was extremely strong. Although the dagger pierced, it couldn't penetrate deep. However, it was also because of this that Ling Xiao's god-defying art attack was stopped. If Ling Xiao couldn't perform different martial arts techniques with both hands at the same time, he might really have been able to turn the tables this time. However, there were no ifs in this world. The moment his right hand was hit, his left hand brazenly blasted out a bloody handprint that covered the sky. The terrifying bloody handprint was incomparably huge. It fell from the sky and smashed directly toward Bandit Chief 32. Boom! Without waiting for Bandit Chief 32 to react, the bloody handprint had already landed on his body. Instantly, the sound of bones shattering rang out. Bandit Chief 32 lay on the ground, unable to get up anymore. This battle happened so quickly. By the time the surrounding bandit chiefs reacted, the battle had already ended. Bandit Chief 32 was killed. The Hummer Gang bandits didn't run away. Instead, they were all furious. Chi, a sword gleam, suddenly shot toward Ling Xiao's back. It was a peak 7th level divine body realm bandit charging over. Although the other bandits also attacked at the same time, there was a slight difference in the timing. This sword went straight for Ling Xiao's back, wanting to kill Ling Xiao in one strike and avenge Bandit Chief 32. God-defying art cross-stance. A cold glint flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. He could kill Bandit Chief 32 in one strike. These pieces of trash actually dared to act rashly. The god-defying sword in his hand flickered coldly. 10 sword gleams pierced through the air. The first to bear the brunt were the martial artists closest to him. Their throats were all pierced by the sword gleams, and they fell to the ground on the spot. Blood splattered all over the ground. Once Ling Xiao made a move, he naturally wouldn't show mercy. He released the dragon god frost array diagram. In an instant, the other bandits' movements all slowed down. Some were even directly frozen. Then he turned into an afterimage and harvested lives like a ghost. In a short while, all the bandits were killed. Ling Xiao bent down and collected a drop of blood from these bandits into a container. This would be the key to drawing the blood-colored, sacred pattern of justice. After collecting the blood, Ling Xiao cremated the corpses and turned to leave. He didn't want to destroy the corpses. The key was that if these corpses were exposed outside, they might very well breed bacteria and even bring about a plague. It would bring a lot of trouble. It was better to deal with it. Are they all back? When Ling Xiao returned to the temporary base, he saw Yu Fenghua and asked, "Long Qin and Cold Plum aren't back yet." Yu Fenghua said, "They discovered the Hummer Gang's lair half an hour ago. However, they sensed that the enemy was too strong, so they deliberately lured these people out to kill them." Chapter 5138. The Hummer Gang's bandits were everywhere. Ling Xiao and the others had all met their opponents. Don't worry, Long Qin and Cold Plum won't be defeated so easily. Yu Fenghua comforted Ling Xiao when she saw his worry. Ling Xiao nodded. She was right. Long Qin and Cold Plum had been with him for a long time. Even if they met an opponent they couldn't defeat, they could still escape. That wasn't a problem. A few minutes later, the two of them returned. However, they were both heavily injured. Ling Xiao activated the maze and let them heal. We were so unlucky to meet a bandit leader in the top 20. His cultivation was at the late-stage 8th level divine body realm. Although we defeated him, I was also injured by his subordinates. Long Qin swallowed the healing pill and said helplessly, "Me too." Cold Plum's reply was as concise as ever. If that's the case, the top 10 bandit leaders of the Hummer Gang will probably have a peak 8th level divine body realm martial artist, maybe even a 9th level divine body realm martial artist. Ling Xiao frowned. This mission won't be easy to complete if we don't use our brains. By the way, Big Brother, we encountered something strange during the battle. We were clearly using 6th level Saint class cultivation techniques, but those bandit leaders said our cultivation techniques were pseudo-Saint class. Long Qin suddenly said, "I encountered it too. The 1st level Saint class martial arts technique they used was obviously much stronger than the 7th level Saint class martial arts technique I used." Cold Plum also said, "I encountered this too. It seems that the Saint class in the Eternal Divine Realm is a little different from the ones in the 4 regions and 9 worlds." Yu Fenghua said, "I investigated the memories of Bandit Leader 32 and came to a conclusion." Ling Xiao said, "The Saint class cultivation techniques in the 4 regions and 9 worlds are only pseudo-Saint class here. Even the Holy Ground Demonic Shadow, which I always thought was a 10th level Saint class movement technique, and the Black Lotus Treasured Light were only pseudo-Saint class cultivation techniques. He was only at the peak of the false Saint level, not even at the 1st level of the Saint level. This is the price of ignorance. I was tricked by Lotus Flower. Fortunately, that fellow is unable to use true Saint level martial skills in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Otherwise, I might not have been able to win." "I see. Then the most important thing for us now is to quickly get a few sets of true Saint-level cultivation methods and Saint-level martial skills to use. Otherwise, you'll be at a disadvantage." Long Qin said, "Of course. Once we destroy the Hummer Gang, we'll have it." Ling Xiao nodded and said, "The leaders of the Hummer Gang all seem to know Saint-level techniques. I also searched through their memories, but I wasn't satisfied. Let's wait until the Hummer Gang is gone and look for it in their treasury." After a while, everyone's injuries were fully healed. Ling Xiao stood up and said, "Let's move. Seize the time to break through them one by one. The earlier we complete the mission, the earlier we can obtain the cultivation technique and martial skill we want." "Understood." 5 figures shot into the dense forest. The hunting operation had resumed. An hour later, somewhere, Long Qin had just killed a group of bandits and began to collect blood. At this moment, his expression changed, and he put away the container. He looked into the depths of the dense forest. "Come out." As he spoke, he consumed a healing pill that Ling Xiao had personally refined. The effect was much better than ordinary healing pills. "I've been discovered." A person walked out of the dense forest. The black-masked man looked at Long Qin and said, "I've long heard that Ling Xiao's subordinates are quite strong. Today I see that it's true. However, you're seriously injured now. Are you still my match?" Before the black-masked man finished speaking, he had already charged at Long Qin. At the same time, Cold Plum and Yu Fenghua also encountered the black-masked man. However, one person appeared at Cold Plum's side. 2 people appeared at Yu Fenghua's side. "I heard that Ling Xiao's women are outstanding in appearance. Today, I see that they are indeed top-notch. How can that kid have the fortune to enjoy them?" One of the black-masked men sneered as he appeared from the dense forest and said to his companion beside him. This man was tall and sturdy. He stared at Yu Fenghua with a burning gaze, as if he had already forgotten the purpose of his visit. "That's right. How about the 2 of us serve you together? We'll definitely let you enjoy the happiest feeling in this world." The other man also smiled slyly. When the 2 of them saw Yu Fenghua's breathtakingly exquisite face, They really couldn't control the fire in their hearts. In particular, Yu Fenghua's cold gaze made their fire burn even more fiercely. They wanted to burn this beautiful iceberg jade. Little beauty, it's best if you don't resist. That won't end well for you. Both of us have tender feelings for the fairer sex. As long as you cooperate, we won't let you suffer for half a day. The black-masked man stared at Yu Fenghua and almost drooled. Yu Fenghua's expression was still indifferent. Suddenly, she opened her red lips and said, "Die!" At that moment, a terrifying aura was released from Yu Fenghua's body. The two black-masked men clearly felt the terrifying power that was enough to devour them. Their expressions suddenly changed. The three of them were attacked, and Ling Xiao was naturally not spared. Boom! Ling Xiao killed the last bandit with a punch. He collected the blood into a container. Including this bandit leader, there are only 10 bandit leaders left of the Hummer Gang's 36. There shouldn't be many bandits left. Next is the battle. These 10 bandit leaders won't be easy to deal with. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and stood up. However, at that moment, a sharp cold light flew out from the dense grass and stabbed at the back of Ling Xiao's neck. Ling Xiao didn't even look. He bent his body slightly and dodged the cold light. However, a tree not far away was hit by the cold light and exploded into pieces. It showed how terrifying its power was. Ling Xiao never underestimated the enemy when he was in danger. Even if he killed all the enemies in front of him, he always paid attention to the movements around him. He could see clearly when the enemy launched a sneak attack, so it was very easy to dodge the enemy's sneak attack. "Come out. You want to kill me with this trick? Dream on." Ling Xiao looked indifferently at the forest and said. The other party didn't seem to have any intention of coming out. Ling Xiao sneered and activated the void-shattering power to shatter the space where the other party was hiding. The void-shattering power, cosmic light power, god-reversing art, and various beast soul magical powers had the offensive power of a true first-level sacred class martial technique. It was much stronger than the Black Lotus treasure light. As for the sky-covering blood handprint, it was even more terrifying. It was actually a third-level sacred class martial technique. This was a true third-level sacred class technique. It wasn't a fake sacred class technique. This was probably Ling Xiao's most powerful technique at the moment. Of course, if the god-reversing art had a breakthrough, Ling Xiao might have other options. The moment the space shattered, the person was finally exposed. To be able to dodge and shatter the void in an instant, his strength was indeed not to be underestimated. "You're not from the Hummer Gang. Who are you?" Ling Xiao asked coldly. "It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that you're going to die today. It's not easy to be a sergeant in the City Defense Army, and you're not qualified to fight for the position of commander." The other party just said eerily, "Tyrannical Sky, Martial Soul, Tyrannical Sky, Martial Soul." Chapter 50-139. Qi Tianmei sent you here? Judging from the other party's words, there was a high possibility that Qi Tianmei sent him. However, there was another possibility, which was that someone deliberately framed Qi Tianmei. Regardless of which possibility it was, he had to kill the enemy in front of him first. Otherwise, he would be the one to die today. If you're the only one who came, I'm afraid you're not my match. Ling Xiao said indifferently, "Why didn't your master just send a martial artist above the 9th level of the divine physique echelon? That way, you'll have more confidence in killing me." "There's no need to kill you," the assassin said coldly. "Oh, right, your companions are probably being targeted now. I'm curious, don't you have 4 companions? Why isn't one of them here? You even know about this. Seems like your master isn't Qi Tianmei." Ling Xiao smiled. In the Golden Region, only Huang Yu and Huang Xuan knew that he had 4 companions. He believed that Huang Yu wouldn't do that. Then there was only one possibility. Your master is that be asterisk tch Huang Shui, right? Haha, that woman really likes to go to great lengths. It's a pity that she sent an idiot. Ling Xiao smiled. When the assassin heard that, his pupils shrank. This made Ling Xiao even more certain. Go to hell, you chatty brat. The assassin said the wrong thing and exposed his master's identity. He wanted to make up for his mistake. The only possibility was to kill Ling Xiao. Otherwise, Huang Shui's plan would be in vain. He roared and rushed forward. A heavy hammer appeared in his hand, and he smashed it toward Ling Xiao's head. The heavy hammer looked extremely heavy, even if he didn't activate his divine energy. Just smashing it on a person's body would probably turn them into minced meat. There was a sonic boom as the heavy hammer smashed down. This guy's cultivation had already reached the late stage of the 8th level of the divine physique echelon. Although his combat power was slightly weaker than Qi Hung, he was definitely not ordinary. Ling Xiao naturally didn't dare to be careless. Facing such a brazen attack, Ling Xiao held the Void God sword with both hands. The Saint Barbaric Bull rune shone brightly. The golden barbarian bull's shadow wrapped around Ling Xiao's body. This caused Ling Xiao's strength to skyrocket in an instant. The Void God sword met the attack head-on. Hee, people who use swords pay attention to movement techniques, speed, and techniques. You actually dare to fight me head-on? What an idiot! The assassin sneered disdainfully. He had heard Zhongling describe Ling Xiao and thought that he was a great person. He didn't expect him to be such a brute. Boom! The Void God's sword and the hammer collided, and a terrifying power spilled out. In that instant, the assassin's expression changed drastically. The power released from the Void God's sword was no weaker than his. In fact, he might even be stronger. He was actually bounced back and landed 10 meters away. Although Ling Xiao's feet sank about 3 inches into the ground, he was not injured. What's going on? Is this guy really that strong? The assassin was shocked. He suddenly realized that Zhongling's words might be true. He might have underestimated his opponent. This kid was definitely not a brute, but a very difficult 6th-level divine physique echelon martial artist. Good, very good. You're worthy of my attention, the assassin said with a ferocious expression. He didn't dare to underestimate him. He waved the hammer in his hand again and directly smashed the air apart. It carried an even more terrifying might as it blasted towards Ling Xiao. At that moment, the shadow of a giant elephant appeared behind the assassin. This was his martial soul, the giant elephant martial soul. His terrifying power also came from this powerful martial soul. At that moment, the sword god martial soul appeared behind Ling Xiao. This martial soul was snatched from Yi Qin. It was still in the low god realm, but in terms of enhancement, it was still better than ordinary martial souls. In the beast god body state, releasing the sword god martial soul naturally increased the power of all his sword skills greatly. Light body Saint Rune. Holy ground demonic shadow. If the holy ground demonic shadow was used alone, its speed wouldn't be much of an advantage, especially when the opponent had a saint-level movement technique. After all, the holy ground demonic shadow was only at the peak of the pseudo-saint level. It was still far from a saint-level movement technique, but with the light body Saint Rune, it could make up for this disadvantage. In terms of strength, he didn't lose to his opponent, especially when he activated the barbaric bull Saint Rune. But if he wanted to kill his opponent, this kind of head-on battle was meaningless. He still had to find a right opportunity to attack his opponent's vital points. Can you dodge? I've learned all about you. Wind resistance talisman. The assassin saw that Ling Xiao was trying to avoid his attack, so he used the talisman. Talismans were similar to Saint Runes in that they could increase speed, but most could only be used once. Saint Runes, on the other hand, could be used many times. Moreover, the talismans on the Black Tortoise continent weren't that good. True talismans could only be seen on the Divine Secrets continent, but it was too far away. At least in the Eternal Divine Realm, Ling Xiao believed that saint runes were more powerful and practical than talismans. The assassin used the wind resistance talisman to catch up to Ling Xiao's speed. Ling Xiao had to brandish the Void God sword again to block. But this time, it wasn't just a simple block. The moment the Void God sword collided with the heavy hammer, the power of the void exploded. A sharp beam of light shot toward the assassin's face. Ling Xiao had no intention of showing mercy. Even a late-stage 8th-level divine physique echelon martial artist would be injured if they were hit by the transcending the void. As expected, the assassin's expression changed when he saw the cold beam of light. He tore another talisman apart. His face was covered in golden light. It was a golden talisman. Its defensive power wasn't as strong as the Golden Saint rune. However, it also blocked Ling Xiao's transcendence from the void. You're really rich. Huang, Shui must have spent a lot of money to kill me. I'd like to see how she feels when the assassin she sent is killed again. Ling Xiao's attack failed, and he was knocked back by the heavy hammer. He sneered. You want to kill me? I admit that you're difficult to deal with, but you must have misunderstood something. Do you think you can kill me? The assassin sneered and rushed forward again. After releasing the loud sound martial soul, his strength and attack power had increased a lot. However, they had almost failed miserably just now, and Ling Xiao had taken the initiative to destroy them. At that moment, he was both embarrassed and furious. Boom! The heavy hammer smashed out again. Its speed and strength had increased, and there was a layer of blue light on the heavy hammer. It made people uneasy. They could even smell danger. First level, sacred class, martial technique, poison explosion hammer. A first level, sacred class, martial technique? It was indeed powerful. According to the information he received, only martial artists at the peak of the 8th level divine body realm could truly master first level, sacred class martial techniques and techniques. To fully master second level, sacred class martial techniques and techniques, one had to be at least a half-step divine soul realm martial artist. Of course, one could cultivate first-level sacred class martial techniques and techniques after reaching the first-level divine body realm, but they couldn't fully master them. In terms of heat control, it was much worse. Chapter 5140. Even in the eternal divine realm. Generally, martial artists below the 8th level of the divine physique echelon would still cultivate pseudo-saint level cultivation techniques and martial skills. Only the outstanding geniuses of the large clans could be the first to obtain the true saint level cultivation methods and martial skills. This assassin should have received Huang Shui's attention and grooming. His attainments in level 1 saint class martial skills were quite high. The power of the poison explosion hammer was extremely terrifying. The moment it was unleashed, the strong wind brought about by the heavy hammer caused the surrounding vegetation to wither and crack. In the face of such a powerful attack, Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a serious look. I have to end the battle as soon as possible. If this drags on, I'm afraid it'll attract the masters of the Hummer Gang. Thinking of this, he used Sky Tyrant possession. Red light blossomed from the heaven-covering blood hand. To be honest, he hadn't paid much attention to the heaven-covering blood handprint before. 33 quickest computer. But ever since he found out that this thing was actually a 3rd level saint class martial skill. Thus, he attached great importance to it. This was because the heaven-covering blood palm was more ferocious than any of his current attacks. This time, the blood-red handprint did not descend from the sky. Instead, it appeared behind Ling Xiao. Then, it blasted towards the assassin. At that moment, the surrounding space was filled with the smell of blood. A strong gale raged, and a strong pressure pressed down on the assassin, causing the assassin's expression to change greatly in an instant. How is it possible to upgrade a rank 3 martial technique? The assassin clearly saw the terrifying level of the heaven-covering blood handprint. although Ling Xiao was unable to fully display the power of this move. But to him, it was still a huge threat. At the very least, his poison explosion hammer would not be able to withstand it. While he was still in shock, the bloody handprint had already arrived. The poison explosion hammer was easily shattered by the bloody handprint. The assassin let out a blood-curdling scream as he was sent flying by the palm wind and fell to the ground. He was motionless, dead. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment. Was the power of the heaven-covering blood palm really that great? He opened his Tai Chi eye and observed for a moment. He couldn't help but sneer. This guy actually faked his death. If you faked your death, I'll let you die for real. Ling Xiao activated the Void God's sword in his right hand, and 10 sword lights burst forth. However, at that moment, Ling Xiao felt an extremely strong sense of danger. Secret soul technique. His expression changed drastically. The assassin who had faked his death had actually used a secret soul technique. An invisible sword ray shot out from between the other party's eyebrows and pierced towards him. If not for the Tai Chi eye, he would probably be in for a bad time today. Soul secret arts could only be blocked by soul power. Ordinary martial skills were useless. Of course, he could also choose to avoid it. In that instant, Ling Xiao used the earth elemental golden light technique and disappeared. What? The killer's attack, which he thought would definitely succeed, missed. He had forcefully used the soul sword art, and it had already backfired on his soul. At this moment, both his soul and body were heavily injured, and he really didn't have the strength to resist. Ling Xiao swung the Void God's sword and killed the assassin. As expected, Huang Shui sent them. Ling Xiao had stolen the memories from the depths of his soul. He confirmed his guess. This person was heavily nurtured by Huang Shui and was prepared to enter the inner circle of the Qi clan. Now it had been destroyed by him. Huang Shui would probably fly into a rage. Moreover, from this matter, he also thought of a way to survive. He could take advantage of the conflict between the Qi clan and the imperial family. After all, he was still very weak, and it wasn't wise to forcefully clash with the two clans. However, if he took advantage of both sides, he would definitely gain a lot of benefits. However, it was very dangerous to use a fierce tiger to fight a fierce wolf. If he wasn't careful, he might be eaten. But it didn't matter. If he was afraid, he wouldn't have come this far. At the same time that he stole the assassin's memories, Ling Xiao also obtained the soul sword art that the assassin had used before. This was a 3rd-level Emperor class soul secret art, and its power was boundless. With his soul power, he could completely unleash its terrifying power. Not to mention Qi Hung, even a 1st-level divine soul realm martial artist would be heavily injured if they were hit by it. He really had to thank Huang Shui for sending him such a good thing. After collecting a drop of blood from the assassin, Ling Xiao sensed Yu Fenghua's aura and left. The assassin's corpse had been incinerated. Among Long Chen, Cold Plum, and Yu Fenghua, it was obvious that Yu Fenghua was in the most danger. After all, Yu Fenghua was facing 2 assassins, and one of them might have been prepared for Xiao Jin. However, Xiao Xin was cultivating in the universe world, so he went to deal with Yu Fenghua. When Ling Xiao found Yu Fenghua was lying under a tree. Her body was glowing faintly as if she was healing. Not far from her, there were 2 corpses. It seemed that Yu Fenghua had won this battle, but she was also heavily injured. She was facing an assassin in the middle stage of the 8th-level divine body realm. Moreover, the assassin might have a 1st-level sacred class cultivation technique. It was already rare for Yu Fenghua to win. Fenghua, are you okay? Ling Xiao hurried over to check on her. I'm fine, but I'm at a disadvantage because I don't know any sacred class cultivation technique or cultivation technique. Luckily, I have the Moon Essence technique, which can increase the power of my cultivation technique. I barely managed to defeat my opponent. Yu Fenghua smiled bitterly. Ling Xiao checked Yu Fenghua's body and after confirming that there were no major problems, he heaved a sigh of relief. The cold, killing intent in his eyes exploded. Huang Shui, if I don't kill you, I, Ling Xiao, swear that I'm not human. He wouldn't let anyone who dared to hurt his woman go so easily. However, just as Yu Fenghua said, the most important thing now was to get their hands on sacred class cultivation techniques and cultivation techniques as soon as possible. Only then would they be able to increase their combat power in a short period of time. Don't take such risks in the future. Don't we have Little Black? With Little Black around, these two fellows are nothing. Ling Xiao said, Little Black is a secret weapon. It's too wasteful to use it against martial artists in the 8th level of the divine physique echelon. Yu Fenghua shook her head and said, Xiao, don't worry about this. Who won't get hurt? Don't forget, I'm also a martial artist. While the two of them were talking, Long Chen and Cold Plum also rushed back. Both of them had light injuries on their bodies. Obviously, they were at a disadvantage in terms of cultivation technique. If the conditions were the same, they could have won completely. Master, someone entered the mountain. It seems to be Princess Huang Shui's men. They're shouting that they're going to help us deal with the Hummer Gang's martial artists. Cold Plum suddenly said. 33 people started. They really know how to act. But this is good too. Let's go meet these people. Ling Xiao sneered. He was just worrying about how to wipe out the Hummer Gang when Huang Shui sent people over. It would be a pity if he didn't use them. A few minutes later, Ling Xiao saw Zhongling. At this time, Long Chen and Cold Plum had already returned to the universe, world to rest. Yu Fenghua also went back to recuperate. It's good that you're fine. Her Highness received a secret report that the Hummer Gang was tyrannical and that someone might harm you. She sent us over to help. My name is Zhongling. A valiant female martial artist was saying extremely hypocritical words. However, Ling Xiao knew in his heart, but he didn't say it out loud. In this situation, it was actually better to make use of Huang Shui. If they fell out, it wouldn't be good for him. Chapter 5141. Since Princess Huang Shui is willing to help, we naturally welcome it. It just so happens that the Hummer Gang is a tough nut to crack. I hope Miss Zhong can help. Ling Xiao took advantage of the situation. Although he knew that the other party was being polite, he still took it seriously. Unless Huang Shui wanted to fall out with him, he still had to help. Zhongling frowned and said, Tell me, what do you want us to do? We've already killed 26 of the 36 bandit leaders of the Hummer Gang. We've also killed a lot of bandits. Now is the time to launch an all-out attack. How about we trouble Miss Zhongling to bring some people to attack the Hummer Gang's lair with us? Ling Xiao said, I thought you had some plan. So it's just a strong attack. Her Highness said that you're smart, but she overestimated you. Zhongling looked at Ling Xiao disdainfully and said, Of course. Who can be more beautiful and intelligent than Princess Huang Shui? I wonder if Miss Zhongling is willing to help us? Ling Xiao asked. All right, since it's Her Highness's order, I can't refuse. We'll set off now. Zhongling brought a lot of people with her. There were more than 100 of them, and their strength wasn't weak. This was also Ling Xiao's confidence to launch an all-out attack. It would be stupid not to use such a large force. After everyone discussed, they set off for the Hummer Gang's lair. This place was an abandoned ancient city occupied by the Hummer Gang. Although there were many damaged places, they were all repaired by the Hummer Gang. Now it could definitely be considered as an impregnable fortress, and it was high up, so it wasn't so easy to attack. There were bandits on war horses patrolling around the ancient city. There were also arrow towers and observation towers on the city walls. There were almost no blind spots. It was quite difficult for anyone to break into this ancient city unknowingly. The bandits were all dressed in black with a blood-red warhorse pattern embroidered on the black clothes. It was said that it was the martial soul of the Hummer gang's leader, Hummer. Hummer had the Fergana horse, Martial Soul. It was extremely fast, and it was rumored that it could suck human blood. It was very terrifying. The name of this gang was also named after their leader. It was rumored that Hummer's cultivation had already reached the 9th level of the divine physique echelon. That was definitely not an existence that Ling Xiao and the others could easily defeat. He had asked Zhongling to deal with this Hummer. Hummer practiced a very evil martial art called the blood demon art. The more blood it sucked, the higher its power would be. The stronger the master of the blood, the greater the benefits. However, the more one cultivated the demonic blood technique, the more savage and bloodthirsty one would become. Such a demon would be very useful for Ling Xiao's performance of the blood-colored justice rune. I didn't expect there to be so many bandits. The scale of this Hummer gang is really huge. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. They had already killed many bandits. However, there were more than 10,000 bandits in the area that the Taiji I could see. In comparison, the 100 or so of them were too few. Fortunately, these 10,000 people were clearly not as strong as the bandits Ling Xiao and the others had encountered earlier. Most of them were at the 6th level of the divine physique echelon. Although there were many of them, they were easier to deal with. It's a bit difficult to wipe out all the bandits, but it's not too difficult to kill the remaining 10 bandits. What do you plan to do? Zhongling looked at Ling Xiao and asked, To kill the bandit leader, we need an expert to sneak in. Leave this to us. Miss Zhongling, can you help us stall those bandits outside? Ling Xiao said, Aren't you worried that I'll leave you behind? Zhongling smiled. You don't dare to disobey Princess Huang Xue's orders. Ling Xiao said lightly. If it was just Zhongling, Ling Xiao believed that she would really do that. But with Huang Xue's orders, she didn't dare. Her purpose this time was to let Ling Xiao believe in Huang Xue's sincerity in cooperating. If she ran away, wouldn't it be the opposite of what she wanted? Humph! Zhongling snorted coldly. Although she didn't say it, Ling Xiao had hit the nail on the head. Kill! The people Zhongling brought were all experts. The weakest among them was at the early stage of the 8th level of the divine physique echelon. So although they were few in number, they had a huge advantage against the ordinary bandits of the Hummer gang. More than 100 people were like wolves in a flock of sheep. In an instant, they killed those bandits patrolling outside and killed them on the spot. Boom! A loud sound came from the direction of the ancient city. The array cannon was activated. It seemed that the other reason why the Hummer gang couldn't be taken down was because of this array. The array cannon was activated, and a huge energy ball flew out. If it landed in a crowd, even an 8th level divine physique echelon martial artist would be seriously injured. This was the power of the array. However, the next scene made Ling Xiao dumbfounded. Among the 100 people, 10 of them suddenly jumped up. At the same time, they activated their divine essence. A terrifying aura burst out. It formed a huge palm of divine essence and intercepted the energy ball in midair. Then, Zhongling soared into the air and kicked the energy ball towards the city wall. With a boom, the protective wall of the defensive array was blown up and became much weaker. Golden Divine Might Fist. After Zhongling kicked the energy ball away, she condensed divine essence in the air. At the same time, the 100 martial artists transferred their divine essence to her hand. A terrifying giant golden fist smashed out. Cracks actually appeared on the energy barrier. It was about to shatter. Ling Xiao couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. These people were strong, and this was only the weakest group of Huang Xue's personal guards. Their combined power was actually so terrifying. It seemed that if Ling Xiao wanted to be enemies with Huang Xue, he had to create a strong team for himself, or he had to become stronger. Thank you, Miss Zhong. In the chaos, Ling Xiao turned into a shadow and disappeared into the crowd. He entered the ancient city in a few steps. In a hidden corner, he let Long Chun, Cold Plum, and Yu Fenghua out and said, "Killing the enemy isn't the most important thing. Try to find the Hummer Gang's treasury. If we want to stabilize our foundation in the Golden Marshal Kingdom and take down Marshal City, we need a lot of spirit stones, pills, and other things. We also need cultivation methods. That's the most important thing. If we can avoid fighting, try not to. Zhongling has already attracted the Hummer Gang's attention. Let's use this opportunity to take the things and talk about other things. Remember, if you encounter an enemy you can't beat, don't force yourself. Run away immediately. Where there's life, there's hope." "Big brother, you're really sneaky." Long Chin laughed. If they could really find the Hummer Gang's treasury, they would really be rich. The Hummer Gang had run amok in the Golden Region for decades. They didn't know if there was someone in the imperial court who hadn't been eliminated. They must have accumulated a lot of wealth. If they could find it, it wouldn't be a small amount. Ling Xiao could do a lot of things. Moreover, it was said that this ancient city was also a ruin. The Hummer Gang probably took all the treasures in this ruin. Chapter 5142. The combined wealth of 100 martial cities would probably only be comparable to the wealth of one Hummer Gang. Huang Shui probably sent Zhongling here to seize the Hummer Gang's treasure. "You're the thief. Do you know how smart this is? Now spread out and find the treasure." Ling Xiao waved his hand. Long Chin, Cold Plum, and Yu Fenghua turned and left. He also continued to move in one direction. In the ancient city, most of the buildings had collapsed, but there were still some intact buildings. That should be where the Hummer Gang lived. A large number of bandits gathered near the intact buildings. However, because of the battle outside, they all headed toward the city gate. Originally, no matter how many people there were, Ling Xiao could rely on the Shadow Dancer's ability to sneak in. Now that there were fewer and fewer people patrolling and defending, it became easier for him to sneak in. "There seems to be the smell of treasure there." Ling Xiao found a very well-hidden building. Although it was not very grand, it was very well hidden. The architectural style was also very magical, giving off the aura of an ancient building. The most important thing was that no matter how anxious the bandits elsewhere were, they all rushed toward the city gate. However, the bandits here did not move at all, as if they were indifferent. Obviously, it was not that they did not care about the situation at the city gate. It was because there was something more important that they needed to guard here. Ling Xiao smiled and dashed into the building in an instant. What a strong smell of blood! Ling Xiao, who had arrived inside the building, could not help but frown. As soon as he entered, he saw a bandit leader. This was a bandit leader ranked in the top 10. His cultivation had reached the late stage of the Divine Body 8th level. His strength was already close to Qi Heng's. This person sat on the throne and looked in the direction of the city gate warily. It was obvious that the commotion outside had caused him to be on guard. He was standing guard here. Being able to have a bandit leader in the top 10 guard here made Ling Xiao even more certain of his thoughts. There was something incredible in this building. "Since you're here, why hide?" The bandit leader suddenly opened his eyes. "The 6th master of the Hummer Gang welcomes the guest again." As he spoke, the long saber in his hand suddenly slashed in the direction of Ling Xiao. The terrifying saber chi made Ling Xiao feel the threat of death. Ling Xiao did not know how he was discovered, but it was clear that the Shadow Dancer form did not work in front of this person. Therefore, at that moment, Ling Xiao left the Shadow Warrior form and opened the Martial Soul Barrier. Dealing with one person was still fine. If he let those martial artists outside rush in, he would really have a headache. At the same time, Ling Xiao also dodged his opponent's saber chi. After all, the distance was quite far. Ling Xiao still had time to dodge. The saber chi hit the martial spirit barrier and disappeared. "Who are you? Why do you have to go against the Hummer Gang?" The 6th elder stood up and looked coldly at Ling Xiao. His entire body was releasing an astonishing killing intent. Ling Xiao said indifferently, "I'm Ling Xiao, captain of the night troop of the Marshall City Defense Army. I've been ordered to eliminate the Hummer Gang." "Ha ha ha, so you're Ling Xiao. Do you know why the Hummer Gang has been safe and sound all this time?" The sixth elder laughed and said, "With the power of the Golden Region, it's actually very easy to eliminate us. But it didn't happen. Why? Because you have someone in the court." Ling Xiao laughed. "You're smart. It doesn't matter if I tell you the truth. Our backer is the Qi family. This time you came to carry out a mission. Qi Tianmei said to make you stay here and never go back alive. We thought it was a simple matter. Who would have thought that you're so cunning and killed 26 of our brothers? How do you think I should torture you to get rid of the hatred in my heart?" The sixth elder said coldly, "I see. It's almost as I guessed. Sixth elder, I don't care who you're working with. Right now, you only have one chance to live. As long as you promise me two things, I promise I won't kill you." Ling Xiao said calmly, "First, stop cultivating the blood demon technique and don't kill the innocent. Second, bring me to your treasure vault." The sixth elder was obviously stunned when he heard Ling Xiao's words. "Are you trying to make me laugh?" The sixth elder said with a smile, "I heard from Qi Tianmei that you're arrogant. Today I see that it's true. I really don't understand. You're just a piece of trash at the late stage, 6th level divine physique echelon. What gives you the confidence to say that you want to kill me? Who gave you so much courage?" As he spoke, a black, demonic hand suddenly stretched out from the ground and grabbed Ling Xiao's legs. "The only outcome for you is death. You're delusional to think that you can find our treasure vault. You're delusional." The sixth elder revealed a sinister smile. However, his smile stopped abruptly in the next moment. The demonic hand touched a protective wall condensed by golden light and was bounced back. It did not injure Ling Xiao at all. Although Ling Xiao did not use the golden light sacred rune often, at critical moments he would not be stingy either. This sixth elder's strength was not ordinary. Better be a little careful. Indeed, it came in handy. The other party said to sneak attack, so it was a sneak attack. Sixth elder? Hoo-hoo! Really a fool who refuses a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Do you think that I'm joking? I'm really giving you a chance. Forget it. If you don't want it, then I'll kill you and directly steal your memories." Ling Xiao finished talking and immediately unleashed an attack. A heaven-covering blood palm appeared in the void and rumbled towards the sixth elder. "Oh, you actually even know a sacred rank 3 martial technique. Not bad, not bad. It's just a pity that your cultivation is too weak. Want to rely on this to kill me, it's still too lacking." Although the sixth elder was rather surprised, Ling Xiao's heaven-covering blood palm was not to the extent of making him fearful. Demonic blood shield. In order to weaken Ling Xiao's heaven-covering blood palm's attack, the sixth elder urged divine essence. A shield blocked in front of him. On the shield, there was a hideous, evil demon head. Looked like it was not easy to deal with. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao did not count on the heaven-covering blood palm being able to directly take down this sixth elder in the first place. The corners of his mouth curled into a hint of a cold smile. Soul sword art. An invisible sword light instantly shot out from between Ling Xiao's brows, piercing towards the sixth elder. This soul sword art was stolen by Ling Xiao from that assassin's memories. Although Bing was incomplete, only the upper half. But to him, this cultivation genius, a few minutes was already a small accomplishment. Releasing it at this time, how terrifying was the sacred rank 3 soul secret art, soul sword art? When the sixth elder reacted to it, it was already too late. In that instant, he screamed miserably. The demonic blood shield also disintegrated instantly. Under the situation of being defenseless, he was smacked to death by Ling Xiao's heaven-covering blood palm. Ling Xiao used the heavenly fiend eye to steal the other party's memories. He could not help secretly laughing and said, "Indeed, in this place." He incinerated the corpse, walking to the vicinity of that throne that the sixth elder sat on just now, opening up the secret passage leading underground according to the method in his memories. Chapter 5143. This secret passage should have been built when the ancient city was still around. It was later used by the Hummer gang to store their wealth. The labyrinthine underground tunnels were really dazzling. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had the Tai Chi Eye, which could seek fortune and avoid calamity. It could remove the false and retain the true. Otherwise, he would not have been able to walk out. The underground was full of mechanisms and traps. However, with Ling Xiao's Tai Chi Eye and the Golden Light Saint runes, these things could not do anything to him. Finally, after deciphering all the mechanisms and traps, Ling Xiao came to the treasure vault in the sixth head's memory. A thick metal door blocked his way. Layers upon layers of formations emitted a mysterious light, blocking out those who attempted to force their way into the treasury. "What a pity that you met me." Ling Xiao smiled and went forward to decipher the formations. After about 10 minutes, the thick metal door slowly opened. Ling Xiao lifted his foot and walked in. At that moment, he was completely stunned. In the treasure vault, piles of supreme grade spirit stones were neatly placed. According to Ling Xiao's estimation, there were at least tens of millions of them. Ling Xiao had never seen so many supreme grade spirit stones. It seemed that this trip was really worth it. Not to mention other things. Just these supreme grade spirit stones were enough for him to create havoc in the golden martial nation. Moreover, if he was alone, these supreme grade spirit stones would be an astronomical figure. However, he had the Sky Tyrant Empire behind him. If the Sky Tyrant Empire wanted to enter the eternal divine domain, they could not lack supreme grade spirit stones. After all, they were the hard currency here. Ling Xiao smiled and kept all the supreme grade spirit stones in the Qinquan world. The space in the Qinquan world was much bigger than the Dongxing Emperor. It was a piece of cake to contain these spirit stones. After keeping all the supreme grade spirit stones, Ling Xiao looked at other things. The treasure vault was huge, and there were many compartments, all of which were blocked by formations. Obviously, the treasures in each compartment were different. Ling Xiao found a large number of elixirs in a secret room. These elixirs were basically provided for divine physique realm martial artists. Most of them were basic elixirs like healing elixirs, vitality, replenishing elixirs, and antidote elixirs. Ling Xiao did not think highly of them, but they were very useful for the future development of Martial City. Martial artists could not lack these elixirs. It could be said that their value was even greater than supreme grade spirit stones. In addition to these ordinary elixirs, Ling Xiao found a type of elixir called supreme grade spirit stones. This was amazing. Each pill emitted a white, jade-like luster. Just looking at it was enough to make people excited. There were about 100 of them, and every single one of them could help a divine, physique, realm martial artist break through their shackles, raise the cultivation base. This was good stuff, but the medicinal effect wasn't good enough. Ling Xiao planned to go back and refine it again. In the future, when the warriors of the Sky Tyrant Empire came over, it would be given to them. The 9 Revolutions body-breaking pill was extremely precious. Not everyone had the qualifications to use it. It was fine for ordinary martial artists, but at the very least, this thing should be used by geniuses. And it was even more useful for the geniuses of the 4 regions and 9 worlds who stayed in the low-level laws for a long time. It could stimulate their potential suppressed by the laws and maximize the efficacy of the elixir. They might be able to break through a few realms at once. This thing combined with the blood-colored righteous saint pattern could nurture a large number of experts in a short time. In addition to the supreme grade spirit stones, there were other elixirs with good quality. Ling Xiao took them all in one go. They might be useful in the future. If not, He could sell them for money after refining. 10 million supreme grade spirit stones might seem like a lot, but it was only the value of a low-grade spirit crystal. Money was essential for national activities. You could never have too much money. In another secret room, there were a large number of Dharma treasures and weapons. Most of them were emperor weapons with one divine dragon pattern. There were also emperor weapons with 2 divine dragon patterns. Ling Xiao was originally worried about the difference in Dharma treasures after the divine physique realm martial artist came. It would be troublesome. Now, the Hummer Gang had prepared everything for him. In the last secret chamber, Ling Xiao found the cultivation method and martial technique that he had yearned for even in his dreams. There were at least tens of thousands of them on the bookshelf. Of course, most of them were first-level sacred class martial arts techniques. There were also a few second-level sacred class martial arts techniques. As for third-level sacred class martial arts techniques, there was none. However, it was enough for a divine physique realm martial artist to cultivate. When he became stronger in the future, there would naturally be more and better martial arts techniques. He was not in a hurry. After taking these things, Ling Xiao was about to leave. Suddenly, he saw a painting hanging on the wall. Looking at it carefully, the painting was made with the crystal cores of divine soul realm beasts. It was called the 9-Dragon Portrait. 9 divine dragons and hundreds of divine soul realm beasts' crystal cores were used. It was really powerful. He wondered who made this painting. It was really scary. Ling Xiao observed the 9-Dragon Portrait with his Tai Chi eye and saw a strange scene. This made him very excited. He knew that this thing must be a treasure, so he put it away. Bastard! Who touched my 9-Dragon Portrait? When he was collecting those treasures, he was not discovered. However, just as he put the 9-Dragon Portrait into the universe world, he suddenly heard this angry roar. He was shocked. He could feel an extremely powerful aura rushing here at high speed. This is a half-step divine soul realm martial artist. Ling Xiao shouted in his heart. However, it was too late to escape now. The other party blocked his escape route. Clenching his teeth, Ling Xiao decided to stay where he was. He could kill a divine soul realm martial artist. It was not impossible for a half-step divine soul realm martial artist. Soon, a figure appeared at the entrance of the treasury. This person had long blood-red hair. His skin was also blood-red. It was obvious that he had cultivated the blood demon technique to an extremely high level. The explosive aura caused Ling Xiao to furrow his brows. Ling Xiao had no choice but to choose the beast god body and sky tyrant possession. At the same time, he activated the sun god's blood demon array. You bastard, this 9-Dragon Portrait is something I worked hard to get. Even all the treasures in this treasury can't compare to it. You greedy thing, you took other things and still coveted my 9-Dragon Portrait. You're really a bastard. Take this. The red-haired man did not give Ling Xiao a chance to speak at all. He directly attacked while cursing. The terrifying aura caused the entire treasury to shake. Good guy, he actually values this 9-Dragon Portrait so much. It seems that this thing is not simple. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. It seemed that he had really picked up a treasure today. Originally, he just wanted to take the Hummer Gang's martial arts manual. Who would have thought that he would be so lucky? Facing the red-haired man's attack, Ling Xiao did not panic. Instead, there was a trace of joy. Something that could be treasured by the other party must be extraordinary. Chapter 5144 Golden Light Saint Rune. Ling Xiao knew that he was no match for this enemy, so he activated the sub-God Blood Array and the Golden Light Saint Rune to weaken him. Now, it was time to see who could last longer. Boom! The terrifying attack collided with the Golden Light Saint Rune, and the entire secret room shook violently. It was as if it was about to collapse. Despite being separated by the Golden Saint rune, Ling Xiao actually felt a wave of suffocation. It was extremely uncomfortable. "Thief, where do you think you're going?" Just as he was about to confront the other party, a delicate sound suddenly rang out. It was actually Zhongling who had chased after him. It turned out that the half-step divine soul realm red-haired man was the leader of the Hummer gang. He was fighting with Zhongling, but he suddenly felt that the 9-dragon portrait was moved. So he rushed over. However, he couldn't get rid of Zhongling. Zhongling was also a half-step divine soul realm expert. "It's you." Zhongling was stunned when she saw Ling Xiao. She immediately understood something when she saw the treasure vault. "Ling Xiao, give me half of the treasure and I'll help you kill him." Wealth moved people's hearts. Although Huang Shui had ordered her to do this, Zhongling believed that Huang Shui wouldn't blame her. After all, she was going to give the treasure to Huang Shui. "Deal." Ling Xiao nodded without hesitation. If Zhongling and the others hadn't restrained a large number of enemies, he wouldn't have had such a good opportunity to seize the treasure. Anyway, only he knew how much treasure he had taken. When the time came, he would give Zhongling some as a reward for her hard work. He wouldn't give the 9-dragon portrait to anyone. He had to keep it for himself. "Let's do it." Zhongling saw that Ling Xiao agreed and pounced on the leader. The two of them fought. The divine essence and energy kept colliding, and the building began to collapse. The two of them rushed outside. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to follow them. What he didn't know was that the only one left of the 36 leaders of the Hummer gang was the leader. He killed the 6th leader. Long Chen, Cold Plum, and Yu Fenghua also killed a leader. Of the remaining 6, 5 were killed by the experts outside. Only this first head was left. Because of his tyrannical strength, he had not been killed. Zhongling and the first master were like two humanoid beasts fighting. The ancient city was already in ruins, and now it was ravaged beyond recognition. Large areas of the city walls and buildings collapsed. Some of the bandits who couldn't escape in time were crushed to death. Ling Xiao saw this and began to collect blood. He continued to kill those evil Hummer bandits. Long Chen, Lung Mei, and Yu Fenghua had already charged out. Everyone gathered together and launched their final attack. Although the Hummer gang had many gangsters, they weren't strong enough. Under the attacks of these powerhouses, they were naturally forced to retreat repeatedly. However, Ling Xiao also discovered that more than a dozen of the experts Zhongling had brought with her had died. They were all martial artists at the 8th level of the divine physique echelon. It was only right for him to share some of his treasures with the other party. Of course, the prerequisite was that the other party's attitude was good enough. Otherwise, he didn't mind taking the treasure for himself. The battle was coming to an end. The Hummer gang was killed, but the battle between the leader and Zhongling was still going on in the sky. Both sides were locked in battle, and neither could do anything to the other. "Master, someone is coming. They're experts." Cold Plum suddenly said to Ling Xiao, "They'll be here in about 10 minutes. They're probably reinforcements from the Hummer gang. The Hummer gang is related to the Qi family. The Qi family will protect them. They're just a little late." Ling Xiao thought for a moment and said, "We can't delay any longer. This leader must be killed. He knows the secret of the treasure. Fenghua, let Little Black do it." "Got it." Yu Fenghua nodded and released Little Black. The two people fighting in the sky had already noticed the arrival of the experts. The leader laughed wildly. "Once the reinforcements are here, you'll all die. How dare you kill so many people from the Hummer gang? I'll let you taste the greatest pain in the world before you die." Zhongling's expression was ugly. She sensed that there was a divine soul realm expert among them. This was definitely not something she could fight against. "Retreat." Zhongling didn't have time to think about the treasure. She waved her hand and ordered her subordinates to retreat. She didn't care about Ling Xiao's life anymore. He couldn't let all of his men die here just because of Ling Xiao. Seeing them leave, Ling Xiao sneered. The next moment, the leader swooped down to chase after Ling Xiao. But this guy never dreamed that this was the last thing he had to do in this world. Little Black suddenly opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the first master in one gulp. In the blink of an eye, the biggest problem was solved. We should go. Ling Xiao had everyone enter the Qianquan world and use the holy ground demonic shadow. At the same time, he activated the light body, Saint Rune, and fled into the distance. Because they knew the enemy's reinforcements were coming, they chose different escape routes. Nothing happened on the way back to Martial City. Ling Xiao went straight to the Dragon Cave. When he arrived at the Dragon Cave, he found that some guys were actually plotting something outside the Dragon Cave. Fortunately, he set up a defensive formation and a maze before he left. Otherwise, the 9th Squad would be in trouble. Who gave you the guts to ignore the rules? Ling Xiao shouted, causing those people to stop what they were doing. Their expressions were not good. When did the city, Lord Qi Tianmei's promise become so worthless? Since you don't even listen to the city lord, then I'll teach you bastards a lesson today. Ling Xiao, if you dare to touch us, the city lord won't let you go. One of them shouted in horror. Unfortunately, as soon as he finished speaking, he was killed by Ling Xiao. Will the city lord let you bastards break the rules of the city defense army? How dare you disrespect her? You're courting death. Ling Xiao was using the tiger skin as a banner. He believed that Qi Tianmei would definitely not admit to such a shameless thing. This group of idiots was equivalent to being sold as cannon fodder. No matter how he taught them a lesson, Qi Tianmei would definitely not say a word. Spare us! Platoon leader Ling Xiao, spare us! Hearing Ling Xiao's words and seeing Ling Xiao's tyranny, these people were really frightened. They all knelt down and begged for mercy. Hand over your storage rings and scram, Ling Xiao said coldly. They were just a group of cannon fodder. He was too lazy to kill them so as not to cause a bad influence. After all, these people might become his cannon fodder in the future. Yes, yes, yes. No one dared to say a word. Facing the furious Ling Xiao, they did not want to die. Thus, they all handed over their storage rings. Ling Xiao roughly summed it up. These people added up to tens of thousands of supreme-grade spirit stones. The rest were all trash. It seemed that Martial City was not as rich as the Hummer Gang. Martial City's wealth was probably stored in the Hummer Gang. The Qi clan was indeed thoughtful, but it was a pity that Ling Xiao had benefited from it. Chapter 5145. All right, now that there's no one to disturb us, the three of you should consume this 9 transformation body breakthrough elixir. I'll inscribe the blood justice saint pattern for you guys. Then cultivate in the dragon cave while I protect you. Also, call Han Yuan and Qin Chi out. These two are going to be important for the time being, so let's give them some benefits. When no one was around, Ling Xiao took out the elixir and gave it to Long Chun, Cold Plum, and Yu Fenghua. Then he inscribed the blood justice saint pattern on the 3 of them. The 3 of them entered the dragon cave to cultivate and called out Han Yuan and Qin Chi. Ling Xiao did the same thing to them again. It was still the same saying, if you want a horse to run, you have to feed it. The martial artists of the Empire of Tyrants were too far away to quench their immediate thirst. Ling Xiao had to find some people who could help him first. Ling Xiao didn't treat the other 10 martial artists of the 9th troop unfairly. It was just that it was a waste to give them the 9 transformation body breakthrough elixir. However, Ling Xiao still had a purple gold spirit gathering elixir. Its effect was much better than the spirit gathering elixir that Ling Xiao refined. He believed that these people would have continuous breakthroughs in their cultivation in the next few days. Of course, this kind of breakthrough wasn't stable. It would cause their foundation to be unstable. However, these people didn't care. They might not be able to raise their cultivation in their lifetime. Now that they had the chance to raise their cultivation, they wouldn't care even if there were flaws. After all, if they raised their cultivation to the early stage of the 8th level divine body realm, they would still be stronger than a 7th level divine body realm martial artist, even if their foundation wasn't stable. If he worked hard on his cultivation base in the future, he would be able to stabilize his unstable cultivation base. After helping others, Ling Xiao also engraved the blood-colored Saint Rune of Justice on himself. At the same time, he swallowed a 9 transformation body breakthrough elixir. Then, he entered the dragon cave to cultivate. When they returned from the mountain, it was already nighttime. The next morning, Ling Xiao opened his eyes. An even more powerful aura was emitted from his eyes. The rest of them stopped cultivating earlier than him. After all, not everyone could stay in the dragon cave like him and not be afraid of anything. Even with Long Chen's giant dragon body, he could only stay for 7 hours at most. Even so, everyone's cultivation had broken through one after another. Ling Xiao's cultivation rose from the late stage of the 6th level of the divine physique echelon to the pinnacle. His potential cells evolved once again, and the energy became even more condensed. Long Chen, Yufeng Hua, and Cold Plum's cultivation levels rose to the peak of the 8th level of the divine physique echelon. And this was the situation where the effects of the medicine had not been completely absorbed. Han Yuan's cultivation level rose to the early stage of the 8th level divine physique echelon. Chun Qi had risen to the peak of the 7th level of the divine body realm. The other 10 people's cultivation had also risen to the mid-stage of the 7th level divine physique echelon. This was because they could not continue to cultivate in the dragon cave. He believed that once the effects of the medicine were completely absorbed, these people's cultivation would increase even more. On the other hand, Ling Xiao was a little depressed. His body and soul were too strong. Even if he absorbed all the medicinal effects of the pill, he would only be able to advance to the peak of the 6th level divine physique stage. It was still very difficult to break through to the 7th level of the divine physique echelon. However, he was better at breaking through during a battle. This was because he could stimulate the potential in his cells during a battle. He did not have to worry about this. At the very least, he who was at the peak of the 6th level divine physique echelon was not afraid of an opponent at the peak of the 8th level divine physique echelon. In addition to the help of the soul sword technique, his combat power was even stronger. Looks like we followed the right person. After staying in the martial city for so many years, our cultivation levels did not improve at all. Once platoon leader Ling Xiao came, our cultivation levels improved by leaps and bounds. It was right not to leave back then. Han Yuan and the others were very glad. Back then, the 9th platoon had more than 3,000 people. Only the 12 of them were left. They were originally worried, but they did not expect to see a light at the end of the tunnel. Everyone felt grateful to the point of shedding tears. Platoon leader, we won't say any words of gratitude. From today onwards, you're our second parent. Just a word from you, and we won't even bat an eyelid if you want us to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of flames. Han Yuan said excitedly. The others also nodded. There's no need to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of flames. As long as you're loyal, there will be benefits in the future. All right, you guys can continue to cultivate. Try to completely absorb the effects of the medicine in these few days. At that time, even if the 9th platoon has fewer people, no one will dare to bully us. Ling Xiao smiled. Yes. Everyone nodded. After healing the injuries on their bodies, they entered the dragon cave again. Ling Xiao did not plan to improve his cultivation level for the time being. Because he used the medicine to help him improve, he felt that his foundation was not stable, so he did not want to improve too quickly. He was different from the others in the 9th platoon. He was very ambitious, so he wanted to stabilize his foundation before continuing to improve. Next, he planned to study the 9 dragon sculpture. Previously, He did not have time to study it in detail due to the lack of time. Now he had the chance. While Ling Xiao was studying the 9-dragon sculpture, Zhongling had already escaped back to the princess residence. What? You guys were fooled by that brat? Huang Xue's face was almost distorted. The assassins she had painstakingly trained for many years were killed, and she could not complain to anyone. The most depressing thing was that Zhongling, this idiot, helped Ling Xiao kill the Hummer Gang, but did not get any benefits at all. Instead, she lost many of her experts. At this moment, her eyes were almost spewing flames. Zhongling was so scared that she did not dare to speak. After a long time, when Huang Xue gradually calmed down, Zhongling said, "If the experts of the Qi clan did not arrive, I would definitely be able to get half of the treasure from Ling Xiao." "Forget it. At least it proves that the Hummer Gang is related to the Qi clan. I don't know what the Qi clan is doing in secret. Father always thought that they were loyal and devoted, but now it seems that they are not." Huang Xue sighed softly. At this point, she knew that it was useless for her to be angry. Fortunately, it was not completely fruitless. In the end, the Qi clan was forced out. The leader of the Hummer Gang is not dead. Zhongling said, "I'm afraid he is already protected by the Qi clan. I believe that Ling Xiao could not have found all the treasures. We just need to catch the leader." In Zhongling's opinion, Ling Xiao and the others would definitely not be able to kill the leader. In addition, the Qi clan had helpers, so Ling Xiao could only escape. Moreover, she obviously did not know that Ling Xiao could steal other people's memories. She always felt that Ling Xiao could not have learned the location of the real treasure from the Hummer Gang. Unfortunately, all of this was just her wishful thinking. Send someone to secretly find the whereabouts of the leader of the Hummer Gang. Huang Xue felt that Zhongling's words were reasonable, so she ordered. "No need." At this moment, a voice came from outside the door. "Master." Huang Xue hurriedly bowed. "Master, what do you mean?" "This old man also has spies in the Qi clan. The leader is dead, and not even his bones are left." A man who looked to be in his 20s walked in, but called himself this old man. It seemed that he was an old monster who had changed his appearance. Anyway, his strength was unfathomable. Chapter 5146. The young old man looked at Huang Xue and said, "You still underestimated that Ling Xiao. I advise you not to play any tricks. This time, send your strongest subordinate under the 9th level of the Divine Physique Echelon to deal with that Ling Xiao. If you don't kill him now, there will be trouble in the future. Working hard to update. Please refresh later. This chapter is working hard to update. Please refresh later. Handsome man and beautiful woman. Can you register as a member first?" Register as a member and use the bookmark function on the bookshelf. If this chapter is nonsense like the author asking for votes, please skip it and continue to the next chapter. Please save this page first so that you can read it later. Otherwise, you won't be able to find this chapter later. Recommended author. Strange Stories of the Southern Song Dynasty. Strange Stories of the Southern Song Dynasty Summary. He was just a small servant, but he was involved in an ancient secret. A bizarre murder case had sent an affectionate young miss and a cold and arrogant little maid to him. Were they really innocent people who were involved in this? West Lake's broken bridge, full of treachery. Fate linked by a thread. The truth was close at hand. Strange Stories of the Southern Song Dynasty forwarding address. /33xs/317/3175553 3xs/317/3175553 /content trial reading chapter 001. Returning home in glory Southern Dynasty, Qi Kingdom, Qiantang Shilling Bridge. The moon hung high in the sky, and the night mist curled up in spirals. An oil-wall carriage approached from afar and sped on a small road in the countryside of Jiangnan. There was a pair of lanterns in front of the carriage. As the carriage bumped along with the rolling wheels, the delicate and beautiful Sioux character on the lanterns flickered. 33. The carriage was draped with light muslin curtains, and a coachman sat in front of the carriage, holding the reins. The moonlight was like water, illuminating the ground and not making it dark. More importantly, he was already familiar with this road and could walk on it with his eyes closed. Therefore, the night did not affect the speed of the carriage at all. The curtains swayed with the wind, occasionally revealing 3 beautiful figures in the carriage. In the middle was a young lady dressed in red. Her hair was cloudy and her steps were light. Looking from behind, one could only see her slender neck like an elegant swan. The girl on the left had white hair and the girl on the right had green hair. Judging from her clothes and hairstyle, she was still dressed as a young girl. Obviously, she was the maid of the beauty in the middle. However, looking at the 3 of them sitting together, walking under the moonlight, and their crisp laughter spreading all the way, it was obvious that they were as close as sisters. The girl in the middle was Qiantong's #1 dancer, Su Yaoyao. The girls in white and green were her maids by Su and Qingting. The 3 ladies were traveling at night to meet with young Master Wan, an official's family. Tonight, young Master Wan had set up a banquet and invited all the local talents and beauties. Suddenly, the frosty night sky changed from a cold pale white to a golden light, as if a sun that had been sealed for 10,000 years had suddenly broken free from its shackles and leaped into the sky. The coachman, old Huang, who was driving the carriage, suddenly couldn't see anything. In a panic, he hurriedly pulled on the reins. The 2 horses were abruptly reined in by him, causing them to stand up. Their 4 big hooves heavily smashed onto the ground with a paw sound, abruptly stopping the carriage. Ayo! The 3 girls in the carriage were caught off guard and almost fell out of the carriage because of the sudden stop. Fortunately, the 3 of them were squeezed together. Although the 3 girls' bodies were light, how wide could an oil wall carriage be? Therefore, they didn't roll out of the carriage. If they fell and messed up their hair, it would be fine, but if they fell and hit the ground with their faces, it would ruin their beautiful faces. Old Huang, what's going on? Su Yaoyao was a little angry. She covered her face with her hand and blocked the strong light. She immediately lifted the curtain, bent over, and stood on the carriage. Bai Su and Qingting followed. The 3 of them stood at the front of the carriage and looked up at the sky. As soon as they saw the strange scene in the sky, they were stunned. He saw a huge golden wheel-like object that looked like a heavenly king was hovering in the air. The light that was as bright as the sun was emitted from it. It swayed in the air as though it couldn't support itself. All of a sudden, the golden wheel-like object exploded. The huge shockwave was like ripples that quickly spread in all directions. The coachman, old Huang, cried out in surprise. He rolled off the carriage like a lazy donkey and dove under the carriage. However, Su Yaoyao, Bai Su, and Qingting couldn't avoid it in time. The golden light passed through their bodies. The 3 beautiful girls swayed and fell to the ground. The golden light disappeared, and so did the golden wheel in the sky. A few places in the distance were set on fire and smoke rose. The night returned to its cold state as it quietly shone on the 3 beautiful bodies. The night dew was sparkling and translucent. The orchid dew was like a crying eye. The grass was like a carpet, the pine trees were like a canopy, and the path was silent. The oily wagon stood there, and the 2 horses snorted blankly, as if nothing had happened. Time flew by. 500 years later, the moon was high in the sky, and the lanterns were lit. It was a lively time for Qinhuai. Beside the peach leaf fairy, a young man waved a small fan and walked over slowly. Many passers-by on the road would greet him warmly, Brother Han. The young man would return their greetings with a smile and was very polite. Brother Han was dressed in a round neck robe with a leather belt around his waist. He wore a legless headdress, and there was a beautiful rose in his hair. It complemented his handsome face and made him look a little devilish. However, there was nothing he could do. This was the custom of the Song dynasty. From the emperor to the commoners, as long as one was a man, they liked to wear flowers. The young man in front of him was tall and handsome. Even when he wasn't smiling, there was a slight smile on his face. It was slightly upturned and very likable. His pair of black and shiny eyebrows made his eyes look especially spirited and lively. It was as if he could speak as he looked around. He was different from those men who were covered in grease and insisted on wearing flowers. When young ladies and young wives saw him, they couldn't help but take a few more glances. This person's name was Yang Han. 3 days ago, he was a member of the Nanjing Street Department of the Song dynasty. The street department was in charge of the city streets. Its functions and status were similar to the urban management of the later generations. However, the urban management of the Song dynasty had many functions. It was almost a combination of policing, environmental protection, taxation, fire control, price inspection, industrial and commercial law enforcement, greening and cleaning and handling illegal road occupation. 33 people. Those who could do this were either a scoundrel like Neo Air who could control people or a slick person who knew how to steer according to the wind. However, when he really had to fight with people, he had to be a good fighter. Not only could he bend and stretch, but he also had to be soft and hard. Yang Han belonged to the latter. He was eloquent, alert, and had good martial arts. Although he was a commoner at the bottom of society, the 300 years of the Song dynasty were the best and wealthiest dynasty among all the dynasties. If you didn't have the ambition to become a marquis or conquer the world, you just wanted to be a commoner. Or if you only had the ability to be a commoner, then you were born in the Song dynasty and had cultivated merit for several generations. In other dynasties, the lives of commoners were far inferior. Therefore, Yang Han, a little urban management of the Song dynasty's Jiankong city, lived a very interesting life. Unfortunately, 3 days ago he lost this fat job. It wasn't that Yang Han was impartial in his enforcement of the law and offended a big shot. It wasn't that he met a scoundrel with a strong background and couldn't continue working. It was because the head of the street department, Master Lee, liked him and wanted to marry his daughter to him. The head of the department was equivalent to the captain of the urban management team. He was a member of the Yamen, and people like Yang Han were all recruited by the head of the department. Therefore, to be precise, Yang Han was the head of the department. To be able to become the son-in-law of the head of the department, there should be smoke rising from his ancestors' graves. However, Yang Han was also a smooth and slick character. He was very familiar with the city's fox and rat society in Jiankong City and was very well informed. He knew the head of the department's precious daughter better than the head of the department himself. So how could he agree? Master Li's daughter was called Li Xiao. She was born beautiful, but she didn't behave properly in the imperial examination. From the news that Yang Han heard, this Miss Li had a few lovers. She even had an abortion for one of her recent lovers, a scholar called Mu Si. Until now, the two of them were still hooking up with each other and their relationship was unclear. As the saying goes, one would rather marry a prostitute and live a good life than marry a red apricot over the wall. Yang Han was also an ambitious man. He didn't want to be a scapegoat for that surnamed Mu and be criticized behind his back. Therefore, Yang Han used all his means and didn't hesitate to sully himself. He refused to give in no matter what. However, he didn't know what was wrong with this Master Li's brain. He didn't understand the principle that forcefully twisted melons won't be sweet. He actually threatened to resign from his job. Yang Han naturally refused to give in, so he lost his job. These 2 days, when the people on the street mentioned the missing Yang Han, many people couldn't help but sigh, feeling sorry for him. They didn't expect that he would actually show up this evening. There was a restaurant next to Tao. Yang Han walked in, picked a table and sat down. He raised his voice and said, "Shopkeeper, a bowl of duck blood and vermicelli soup, a tray of crab roe buns, and a jow of wine." When Miss Du, who was wearing an apron, saw it was Yang Han, she was delighted. Girls love pretty boys. Who didn't love to see a handsome young man? She and her father took care of this shop. Every time Yon Han came, the duck blood and vermicelli soup was full of ingredients. They were even willing to put a spoonful of pepper for him. She immediately agreed in a crisp voice and got busy. Yon Han turned his head and saw Old Fan passing by with a load. He hurriedly shouted, "Hey, Old Fan, come in, come in. Cut me half a tail of mutton and a set of pig pancreas." Old Fan was a person who carried a load and sold cooked food. Yon Han was familiar with him. When he heard him call, he hurriedly mustered up his courage and entered the shop. He put down the carrying pole and the chopping board on Yon Han's table. He picked up a piece of mutton and began to cut it. As he cut, he smiled and said, "Brother Han, you're looking for a better job. Where are you getting rich now?" Yon Han was waiting for him to say this. He arrogantly glanced around. Seeing that everyone was listening attentively, he smiled reservedly. "Not really, not really. I'm just indebted to our Jiankong Prefecture's magistrate, Masterly, for his appreciation. Now I'm a small steward in the Li estate." Old Fan was shocked. He exclaimed, "Ayo, that's amazing. A 7th-ranked official in front of the Prime Minister's door. Brother Han, you're now a steward in Master Li's estate. I'm afraid your status isn't lower than Master Li's, right?" Yon Han smiled faintly. It wasn't good for him to flatter himself, but he didn't deny it either. It was clear that he tacitly agreed with Old Fan's words. Originally, why else would he be dressed like a flower with a hairpin and a sachet tied to his waist? Why else would he appear in the area he was previously in charge of, returning home in silken robes? Domain name, please remember _3. Southern Song Records forwarding address /33xs/31753/33xs/31753/3175553/. Chapter 5147. In the dead of the night, the entire martial city fell into silence. Only the night watchmen passed by on the streets. Even so, for safety's sake, Ling Xiao still entered the shadow dancer form. He was going to assassinate the martial city's city lord, Qi Tianmei. Once he was discovered, it would be very troublesome. After easily finding the city lord manor, Ling Xiao was preparing to look for Qi Tianmei's residence. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the courtyard. Ling Xiao scurried out without even thinking. Being discovered in someone else's territory was a very dangerous thing. Ling Xiao didn't return to the dragon cave, nor did he return to his residence. Instead, he came to a remote place in the city. That person also chased over. "Sir, you came to visit the city lord manor in the middle of the night. Are you leaving without a cup of tea?" The person who came was a middle-aged man. He had a smile on his face, but his strength was terrifyingly powerful. Although his cultivation was also peak 8th level divine physique echelon, his strength was more terrifying than Qi Heng's. "You're quite hospitable. I won't hide it from you. The reason I went to the city lord manor was to kill Qi Tianmei, but I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to me." Ling Xiao noticed that no one was following him, so he heaved a sigh of relief. "Haha, you're quite confident, but if you want to kill me, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Dragon scale art." The middle-aged man smiled. Suddenly, he urged his divine essence, and dragon scales grew all over his body. Although these dragon scales might not be comparable to a real divine dragon, it was of great help to his defense. "You're Qi Tianmei's husband, dragon-scaled guest?" Known as the strongest defense under the 9th level divine physique echelon? Ling Xiao heard people talking about this dragon-scaled guest before, but he had never seen him before. Seeing him today, he indeed lived up to his reputation. This dragon-scale art's defense was extraordinary. Even the god-reversing art couldn't pierce through it. "Oh, you actually know me. Who exactly are you?" dragon-scaled guest frowned. He really didn't expect that someone would be so daring to sneak into the city Lord Manor to assassinate city Lord Qi Tianmei. This kind of thing had never happened before. Who I am isn't important. What's important is that you'll die. Qi Tianmei's rotten ideas were all thanks to you, right? Then I'll let you pay for the pain she caused me. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Of course, he wouldn't easily reveal his identity. If he couldn't kill this dragon-scaled guest, then he would be exposed. Therefore, even if he wanted to reveal his identity, he would have to wait until the other party was dead. You sure are confident. The dragon-scaled guest sneered and suddenly launched an attack. A huge python appeared behind him. The python's body was covered in scales that were very similar to the scales on his body. In the next moment, he stomped his foot and his body shot out like a cannonball. It carried an incomparably terrifying impact force. They charged towards Ling Xiao. It was as if a ferocious dragon had opened its bloody mouth. The dragon-scaled python had two scariest aspects. One was its defense, and the other was its venom. In the face of the dragon-scaled guest's all-out attack, even a 9th-level divine physique echelon martial artist would have to avoid it and not dare to face it head-on. However, Ling Xiao did not back down. He stood there as if he didn't take the dragon-scaled guest seriously at all. He didn't even take half a step back. He just raised his right hand and released the power of the divine dragon bloodline. A golden divine dragon gradually condensed and took shape. Golden light flickered, and the divine dragon let out a low roar. Although it wasn't big, it was filled with terrifying pressure. Ling Xiao didn't move from beginning to end. He just looked at the dragon-scaled guest quietly. The golden divine dragon was churning in his palm, but he concealed it. He could only use this move once every 10 minutes. Once it failed, it would be troublesome. Therefore, he had to wait until the enemy was closer to him to ensure that he wouldn't miss before making the move. Finally, the dragon-scaled guest's attack was about to land on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao suddenly opened his right hand, and the golden divine dragon shot out. It directly hit the dragon-scaled guest's head. Boom! A terrifying roar sounded. In the next moment, blood splattered everywhere. 9 Dragons Divine art actually turned the dragon-scaled guest into a bloody mist. It scattered all over the sky. Not even a corpse was left behind. This scene made Ling Xiao a little dazed as he watched. Wasn't this power a little too strong? Without using any Dharma treasure, just the power of one dragon annihilated the dragon-scaled guest with the strongest defense below the 9th-level divine body realm. And there wasn't even a corpse left. Ling Xiao's body swayed, and he directly knelt on one knee on the ground. He hurriedly swallowed a pill to replenish his strength. Although his divine essence could be replenished with potential, his physical body couldn't do this. This move's consumption was really too terrifying. Of course, he didn't release its power. After recovering a little, Ling Xiao picked up the dragon-scaled guest's storage ring on the ground and left. He couldn't stay here for long. If he was discovered, he might not be able to keep his life. Returning to the dragon cave, Ling Xiao checked the dragon-scaled guest's storage ring. This guy was indeed Qi Tianmei's husband. Just the supreme-grade spirit stones in the storage ring alone had 100,000. Moreover, there was actually a complete set of soul sword technique. The incomplete soul sword technique was a 3rd-level Saint-class soul secret technique, while the complete soul sword technique could reach 6th-level Saint class. It was a pity that there were still no clues about the second half of the 9 Dragons' divine art. But the dragon-scaled guest was dead, so Ling Xiao didn't dare to rush around recklessly anymore. Hence, he stayed in the dragon cave and cultivated the soul sword technique. Anyway, his soul rank had already reached the divine soul realm, and he could completely master a 3rd-level Saint-class soul secret technique. He could also cultivate a 6th-level Saint-class soul secret technique. It was just that he couldn't completely master it. But even so, the power of the soul sword technique would also increase greatly. This was beyond doubt. In cultivation, time was the easiest to consume. When he was bitterly cultivating the soul sword technique, Qi Tianmei already discovered the disappearance of the dragon's scaled guest. She started to order the entire city to search for the whereabouts of the dragon's scaled guest. It even alarmed the ninth squad. Unfortunately, that dragon-scaled guest who didn't even have a corpse left, how could they possibly find him? No matter what, it was useless. Moreover, even that complete soul sword technique manual also disappeared. This made Qi Tianmei's heart even heavier. And the city defense army has already searched the entire martial city with the help of the city governor's mansion soldiers. But they didn't find any trace of Uncle. It's as if he disappeared into thin air. I'm afraid he's most likely dead. In the city governor's mansion, Qi Heng said with a grim expression. Qi Tianmei's eyes released a ruthless killing intent. After a long silence, she said, "The soldiers guarding the city that day can prove that the dragon-scaled guest didn't leave the city. Now that a search of this scale can't find him, there's only one possibility. That is, he's already dead and there's no corpse left. Who's so daring to actually kill someone in Martial City?" Qi Heng said in surprise. "I'm not sure. Your uncle was a martial artist at the peak of the 8th level divine body realm. He was also known to have invincible defense under the 9th level divine body realm. Even if he couldn't defeat the enemy, he should be able to escape. The enemy was really terrifying. I can't think of who did it for now, but this person took away the soul sword technique manual. It'll be exposed sooner or later," Qi Tianmei said while gritting her teeth. Chapter 5148. Qi Tianmei coldly snorted and said, "If I find out who killed dragon-scaled guest, I'll make him beg for death." "Oh right. How's that Ling Xiao doing recently?" "He hasn't done much these 2 days. He's been cultivating in the dragon cave. I guess he's still trying to fight for the position of commander," Qi Heng replied. "Then you should go and cultivate as well. Don't underestimate any enemy. The position of commander of the Martial City's City Defense Army is very popular. Many people want it." Qi Tianmei suppressed her anger and said, "To her, dragon-scaled guest wasn't just her husband. He was also her think tank. Many of her ideas were given to her by dragon-scaled guest. Dragon-scaled guest's death was a double blow to her. It was a mental blow and a physical blow. Auntie, I remember that Han Yuan has a sister called Hanli. The two of them depend on each other." Before they left, Qi Heng suddenly said, "Han Yuan? Is that the guy who doesn't know what's good for him?" Qi Tianmei was currently in a fit of anger. Qi Heng told her this because he wanted her to vent her anger. "All right, send a captain and a few men to capture that Hanli. I'd like to see what Ling Xiao will do. We have to give him some trouble. We can't let him be so smug all the time." "Understood." It was another afternoon. There were only 3 days left until the selection of the Martial City's City Defense Army commander. Han Li made some delicious pickles and was going to send them to the Dragon Cave. The pickles were made with special ingredients. Not only did they taste good, but they also had high nutritional value. It was extremely helpful for people who cultivated continuously to replenish their stamina. Han Li was going to reward her brother, Han Yuan, and Corporal Ling Xiao, who helped her brother improve his cultivation. The girl was also a martial artist. Moreover, her talent was stronger than Han Yuan's. However, the two of them depended on each other. One of them had to focus on martial arts, while the other took care of the family. Han Li chose to sacrifice her martial arts path. However, ever since her brother, Han Yuan, became the vice captain, she started to practice martial arts again. She was now a martial artist at the peak of the 5th level divine physique realm. Unfortunately, She wasn't qualified to join the city defense army. "Little girl, where are you going?" Suddenly, 7 or 8 sturdy martial artists dashed out of the empty alley. One of them was even a captain in the middle stage of the 8th level of the divine physique echelon. Hanli tried her best to calm herself down, but her heart was still thumping wildly. It felt like it was going to jump out of his body. "What do you want?" she asked in horror. The captain sneered. "Don't worry, the city lord has invited you over for tea. Your brother, Han1, will be there too." "You're lying. My brother told me not to trust anyone other than the 9th squad." Hanli shook her head. "Since that's the case, there's no need to waste words with you. Your brother, Han Yuan, has offended the city lord. He had Ling Xiao to protect him. Ling Xiao is someone with a backer, so we don't dare to provoke him. As for you, hee, I'm afraid you won't have a good ending." As the captain spoke, he waved his hand, and a few others blocked off Han Li's escape route. Han Li shrank into a corner, praying in her heart that someone would come and save her. In a trance, she actually saw her brother, Han Yuan. She subconsciously became happy. However, on second thought, her expression changed drastically. "Brother, don't come over." She realized that her brother was no match for the captain. After all, her brother was only a vice captain. The positions in the city defense army were usually divided according to strength. Han Yuan wasn't even a match for a captain. With the addition of the other 6 experts, Han Yuan didn't believe it at all. However, Han Yuan didn't run away. Instead, he came in front of her at an even faster speed. "The captain was worried that you guys would lay your hands on Hanli. I didn't expect it to be true. A bunch of dogs who bully the weak and fear the strong." Han Yuan was furious. If he hadn't come in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. "Hee, Han Yuan, you've walked right into the trap. Without that Ling Xiao, you're nothing. Attack!" The captain sneered and waved his hand. 6 late-stage, 7th level divine physique echelon martial artists pounced on Han Yuan at the same time. They wanted to take Han Yuan down. A few days ago, Han Yuan was only at this cultivation level. Therefore, the captain didn't think there would be any problems. It was absolutely foolproof. Han Yuan stood there and protected his sister, Han Li, behind him. He looked at the 6 people coldly without any change in his expression. If it was in the past, he would have been in complete despair or could only wait for someone to save him. However, it was different now. Ling Xiao had given him too many benefits, allowing his strength to skyrocket in a short period of time. He didn't care about mere 7th level divine physique echelon martial artists. Seeing that the 6 people were getting closer and closer, they were like eagles grabbing their prey. Han Li screamed in fright. However, at that moment, Han Yuan suddenly attacked with his sword. 6 people with one strike. A wound appeared on each of their throats. Although it wasn't deep, it was fatal. To Han Yuan, his sister was his angel. She was the person he cherished the most in this world. He would kill anyone who dared to hurt his sister. The 6 martial artists died in an instant. Even they didn't understand what was going on, let alone the captains who were watching from afar. He looked at the scene with his mouth agape. Strange. It was too strange. Han Yuan, whom he looked down on, actually became so strong in such a short period of time. "Do you still want to continue?" Han Yuan stared at the captain and asked coldly, "Brat, do you really think you can be arrogant in front of me after killing a piece of trash? You're just a vice captain. I'm a captain. Go to hell." The captain recovered from his shock and charged forward. Han Yuan was a little nervous. Although his cultivation level had increased a lot, he hadn't actually engaged in a real battle. Killing 6 people with one strike was just his first attempt. However, it wasn't difficult because his opponent's cultivation levels were much lower than his. However, the captain's cultivation level wasn't much lower than his. He was at the mid-stage 8th level divine physique echelon. His opponent was also at the mid-stage 8th level divine physique echelon. You can do it, Han Yuan. Captain Ling Xiao even gave you some pointers on sword techniques before. Han Yuan took a deep breath and recalled Ling Xiao's pointers. It was a first-level saint class sword technique. Although it was simple, it was very powerful. It was very suitable for people like him. He liked simple and practical sword techniques. In the next moment, he suddenly attacked and turned into a sword gleam. Impossible. There was shock in the captain's eyes. A drop of blood seeped out from between his eyebrows. Leah, let's go. Han Yuan didn't even have time to check after killing the captain. He quickly grabbed Han Li's hand and rushed toward the dragon cave. He figured that his home wouldn't be safe in the future. He planned to stay in the 9th troop for now. The 9th troop was the safest place for him now. Chapter 5149. There was a table in front of the dragon cave. On it were the pickles that Han Li brought along, as well as some other dishes. Everyone chatted as they ate. Han Yuan recounted what had happened just now. He was really excited and scared at the same time. Don't worry. When I become the commander of the City Defense Army, Marshall City will soon be under my control. When that time comes, you guys won't have to worry anymore. Ling Xiao drank a cup of wine and said, Han Yuan did well. If you absorb all the medicinal effects, you'll probably be able to reach the late stage of the 8th level divine body realm. In terms of cultivation alone, you'll be able to catch up to Qi Heng. Corporal, there's internal news that Qi Heng has reached the peak of the 8th level divine body realm. Qin Qi suddenly said. The 9th level divine body realm was very clear. The 9th team's achievements were obvious to all. Ling Xiao's strength was also obvious to all. Naturally, there were also people who wanted to join them. These people became the eyes of the 9th level divine body realm. A hint of a smile flashed across Ling Xiao's eyes. This was fun. If Qi Heng was too weak, it would be boring. This Qi Heng had been finding trouble for him since the day he became a corporal. He used all kinds of tricks. Today, he even set his sights on Han Yuan's sister, Han Li. He was really shameless. This kind of behavior had already exceeded Ling Xiao's bottom line. If they met in the arena, Ling Xiao would definitely kill this guy if he had the chance. You guys want to kill me in the arena, but you don't know that I want to kill you guys too. Let's see who's more capable. After the meal, everyone continued to cultivate. Long Chen, Cold Plum, and Yu Fenghua's cultivation had reached the peak of the 8th level divine body realm. They absorbed all the medicinal effects. What they had to do next was to cultivate saint-level cultivation techniques and martial techniques. Ling Xiao chose second-level saint-level cultivation techniques and martial techniques for them. They could at least be used until the half-step divine soul realm. Cultivation coupled with powerful combat skills formed a complete combat strength. Ling Xiao also specially allowed Han Li to join the 9th level divine body realm and cultivate with everyone. He also used the purple gold spirit gathering pill. This child was much more talented than Han Yuan, and his future achievements would definitely be greater than Han Yuan's. Ling Xiao continued to cultivate the soul sword art and the 9 dragons divine art. The afternoon before the commander selection, Huang Yu had arrived. During this period of time, Huang Yu did not come over. Today, she was clearly giving Ling Xiao pre-battle encouragement. It's only been a few days since we last met, yet you've become much stronger. If I don't work hard, I'm afraid I'll be surpassed by you. When Huang Yu saw Ling Xiao, his eyes revealed a look of surprise. Not only had Ling Xiao's cultivation improved, but more importantly, he had become more confident. This meant that the body itself was powerful. Her Highness isn't bad either. She's already at the 10th level of the divine physique echelon, right? From today onwards, you can be considered a half-step divine soul realm expert. It was said that divine soul realm experts could fuse their soul force into their spirit essence to increase the attack power or speed of their spirit essence. A half-step divine soul realm martial artist should also be able to do this, right? Ling Xiao smiled. Don't praise me. I've only just stepped into the half-step divine soul realm. It's simply impossible. The situation you're talking about is when you reach the peak of the 10th level of the divine physique echelon, where your spirit essence and divine soul are connected. We call this stage the soul consolidation realm. Only after stepping into this stage can you be considered to have stepped onto the direct train to the divine soul realm. Huang Yu shook his head and said, but what you said does make some sense. After reaching the 10th level of the divine physique echelon, one soul force can passively increase the attack power during battle. However, a martial artist can't control it, and the increase won't be much. There's even a soul consolidation realm expert. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. This should be similar to the Shattered Core realm. The Shattered Core realm was the key to breaking through from the divine core realm to the divine physique echelon. The soul consolidation realm was the key to breaking through from the divine physique echelon to the divine soul realm. If he could cultivate to the soul consolidation realm, or even the divine soul realm, his powerful soul force would be even more useful. Right now, his soul force could only be used to perform soul secret arts or to investigate his enemies. But once he reached the soul consolidation realm, he could directly use his soul force to attack. At that time, he could become even more powerful. You'll know in the future. I heard that you annihilated the Hummer Gang. Why didn't you go and claim the reward? I believe that the contribution points are all recorded in your identity token. Huang Yu asked curiously. With my current relationship with Qi Tianmei, isn't it obvious that I'm looking for trouble if I go and claim the reward? I might as well wait until I become a commander and find a way to reward myself. Ling Xiao smiled. Are you confident? Huang Yu asked. I can only say that I'll do my best. Before the battle ends, it's not reliable to say that I'll definitely win. Ling Xiao replied. Yeah, just do your best. I heard that it's not just Qi Hung. This time, my sister also found an expert. He's said to be the #1 person under the 9th level of the divine physique echelon. You must be careful. Huang Yu reminded. Understood. Ling Xiao smiled. He could also predict this. Huang Shui wasn't a fool. She should have realized it already. He had to get rid of him during the selection of commanders. However, would it be so easy to eliminate him? His cultivation had increased, and he had the heaven-covering blood palm, soul sword technique, and 9 dragons divine art. Why would he be afraid? Oh, right, Your Highness. Have you heard of the 9 dragons divine art? Ling Xiao had no choice but to turn to any doctor in his desperation. After all, his influence in this golden martial nation was weak. It was as difficult as ascending to heaven to find the 9 dragons divine art. He wanted to get it as soon as possible, so he could only ask Huang Yu for help. Never heard of it, but I'll help you ask around. Don't let your imagination run wild now. Focus on the commander selection. Huang Yu stood up and said, I'll be there to watch the battle tomorrow. I'll take my leave first. Watching Huang Yu leave, Ling Xiao's eyes suddenly turned cold. Qi Hung, Huang Shui, Qi Tianmei, Qiu, let's settle our scores tomorrow. The second day came quickly. All the martial artists of the 9th troop came out of the dragon cave, because they had to be there to cheer for their platoon leader. On this day, other than Han Li, everyone else had finished absorbing the medicinal effects. Han Yuan's cultivation had stabilized at the late-stage 8th level divine body realm. Chun Chi's cultivation had reached the mid-stage 8th level divine body realm. The other 10 martial artists had collectively reached the early-stage 8th level divine body realm. Unfortunately, these 10 people had limited potential. After this time, their potential was basically squeezed dry, unless they found some heaven and earth treasure to help with their cultivation. Otherwise, their cultivation would probably be stuck at this level for the time being. However, this cultivation could totally let them live a good life in the 12 cities in the outer circle. As long as they didn't step into the middle circle, their lives would still be good. Han Yuan and Qin Qi still had potential, but they were not as good as Han Li. Han Li had only cultivated for a day and a night in the Dragon Cave, and her cultivation had already skyrocketed to the peak of the 7th level Divine Body Realm. It was like flying. This was the benefit of having a strong potential. In time, she would definitely be stronger than her brother, Han Yuan. She would also become a fierce general under Ling Xiao. However, today they could only watch the show and cheer from below. Chapter 5150. On this day, Martial City was bustling with noise and excitement. However, there was an undercurrent in the bustle. The forces of the 12 cities in the outer circle were eyeing the position of the city defense army commander. Even the big shots from the 12 cities in the inner circle were paying close attention to the performance of the martial artists they sent. Although they didn't show up personally, they sent representatives. This made the city defense army commander selection in Martial City particularly lively. The competition was also particularly intense. Those who were as clear-minded as a mirror understood. This wasn't a simple selection of commanders. It was related to the relationship between the royal family and the other families. The Qi family was at the peak of their power. If they really rebelled, the royal family would suffer heavy losses, even if they suppressed them. Now, both families were unwilling to fall out with each other. Therefore, they could only fight on this matter. There were also some rising families that hoped to stand out in this competition. For example, the Yang family. The Yang family had a peerless genius, Yang Qi, which caused the entire family's status to rise. This time, they naturally sent martial artists to compete. Therefore, although Ling Xiao seemed to be fighting for himself, he actually had the royal family's support behind him, except for Huang Shui, the princess who always wanted to kill Ling Xiao. The others still hoped to see him win, because if he won, it would mean that the royal family won. This could greatly increase the royal family's morale and make those rascals give up their rebellious thoughts. Let's go. For the commander selection this time, Feng Hua, Han Yuan, Qin Qi, the three of you should come along. Help me eliminate as many people as possible. No matter how strong Ling Xiao was, he would be exhausted eventually. Therefore, it was necessary to have helpers. Understood. The three of them nodded. Then, everyone headed toward the large drill ground. The previous corporal selection was held in the large drill ground. This time, it was the same for the commander selection. However, in terms of influence and scale, this time it was much larger. On the large drill ground, the 10 arenas had been renovated. They could withstand more powerful attacks. At this moment, the large drill ground was packed with people. Other than the martial artists from Martial City, the martial artists from the other cities in the outer circle were also there to watch the fun. The chaotic atmosphere only served to accentuate the importance of today's selection. When Ling Xiao led the martial artists of the 9th platoon to the large drill ground, it quickly attracted the attention of the crowd and the sounds of discussion. There were both positive and negative comments. However, Ling Xiao didn't care about this. The discussions before the selection were too subjective and arbitrary. The comments after the match were more realistic. Ling Xiao looked up at the stage. The city governor of Martial City and a few deputy commanders were sitting there. However, there was an empty seat. That was the position of Martial City's commander, who was absolutely qualified to sit on the same level as the Martial City city lord. This position had been vacant for a long time. It was rumored that the previous commander had been killed. Ling Xiao guessed that it was most likely Qi Tianmei's doing. She wanted to pave the way for Qi Heng, but she didn't expect Huang Shui to interfere and organize a commander selection assembly. He guessed that Qi Tianmei must be very angry. Unfortunately, he couldn't get angry yet. Qi family was very powerful now, but compared to the royal family, they were still lacking. Hence, if they started a rebellion without sufficient preparation, even if they could inflict heavy damage to the royal family, their Qi family would still be annihilated. That would only benefit other families. They wouldn't do such a stupid thing. Princess Huang Shui and Princess Huang Yu have arrived. Along with the loud and clear voice, Huang Shui and Huang Yu appeared at the same time. Today, the two of them were quite ostentatious. It also showed how much importance the royal family placed on this election. Huang Shui looked at Ling Xiao coldly. Her eyes revealed a trace of coldness. She had played both overt and underhanded, but she still couldn't win against Ling Xiao. This made Huang Shui very angry. "Sister, you must be hoping that Ling Xiao wins today, right?" Huang Yu suddenly said with a smile, "Don't be complacent. Ling Xiao won't have a good time in today's selection." Huang Shui glanced at Huang Yu and snorted coldly. "Then we will wait and see." Huang Yu smiled. He believed that today's selection would be fair because there were not only people from Qi family among the judges, but also people from the royal family. Qi Tianmei wouldn't mess around. "Your Highness, can we start now?" Qi Tianmei stood up and bowed to the two princesses. Then she asked. The two of them nodded at the same time. Immediately, the drums and music on the military field sounded. It was an extremely lively scene. The music stopped. Qi Tianmei said loudly, "Martial City's commander selection battle begins now." Along with her voice, the entire field became quiet. Selection battle atmosphere. Team A and Team B. The top 5 will be decided. After that, the top 5 from Team A and Team B will fight. Defeat the 5 from the other team, and you will be declared the winner. The 5 people who win will become the deputy commander of the City Defense Army. If you are not satisfied, you can use cultivation resources to replace the reward. In the end, the champion among the 5 people will be the commander candidate. The teams were randomly assigned. However, no one knew whether it was intentional or not. Anyway, the 4 contestants of the 9th team were all in Team A. The martial artists sent by the City Lord Mansion and Huang Shui were in Team B. The rest of the contestants were evenly split between the 2 teams. This made the people in Team A dissatisfied, because Qi Heng, Huang Taewun, and Yang Xiao, the 3 most likely to become the commander, were in Team B. They thought that Team A would lose for sure. If Team A lost, they wouldn't have the qualifications to become the commander or deputy commander. That would be too unlucky. However, Ling Xiao was very happy. He was very clear about the strength of the 3 people under him. Putting aside Han Yuan and Qin Qi, Yu Fenghua wasn't weaker than him. As for the rest of Team A, none of them were a match for the 4 of them. This was obviously intentional. The following battle also proved Ling Xiao's guess. In the end, the 5 people in Team A remained. Just the 9th team took up 4 people. The other person was only a mid-stage 8th level divine physique echelon martial artist. Obviously, the so-called balanced distribution was just a cover. If the 4 people in the 9th team were removed, Team A's overall strength was much weaker than Team B. Those left in Team B were all tough. All 5 of them had reached the peak of the 8th level divine physique echelon. Qi Heng, Huang Taewun, Yang Xiao, Huang Ling, and Gu Qiao. They were extremely powerful. Haha, Team A is going to lose for sure. Huang Shui laughed. Huang Yu also frowned. In her opinion, Ling Xiao probably had to go all out to defeat Qi Heng. None of the remaining 4 people were easy to deal with. It was really possible that Team A was going to lose for sure, like what Huang Shui said. Both teams, please come on stage. The center of the largest arena was where the battle was going to take place. There were also seats on the 4 sides for the contestants. Therefore, before the battle, both teams could go on stage and greet each other. Well, it was originally a greeting, but when both teams went on stage, the greeting changed. Ling Xiao, do you still remember what happened in the Dragon Cave? Qi Heng am a very vengeful person. Don't even think about the commander's position. Just take care of your own life." Qi Hung said sinisterly. Chapter 5151. Ling Xiao just smiled faintly when he heard that. "Thank you for your reminder, Deputy Commander Qi Hung. However, I can defeat you in the Dragon Cave. I can still defeat you today. Moreover, you will lose even more miserably, loser." Qi Heng's mouth twitched. Losing to Ling Xiao in the Dragon Cave was probably the most humiliating thing for him in recent years. Not only did he lose his position as the chief deputy commander because of that, more importantly, his status in the hearts of the martial artists in the city defense army plummeted. After all, it was because of his bet with Ling Xiao that those people lost the opportunity to cultivate in the Dragon Cave. "You're Ling Xiao? You're really arrogant. I heard that you don't even care about the imperial family. Today, I'll teach you a lesson." The one who suddenly spoke was Huang Taewun. As a declining noble of the imperial family, he had never forgotten his bloodline. He wanted to use this opportunity to let his family step into the golden domain again. And Ling Xiao was his best stepping stone. "You want to use me as a stepping stone to complete the revival of your family? Don't be too naive. Before the results are out, anything you say is meaningless." Ling Xiao said indifferently. "Huang, you had already told him about Huang Taewun's identity." However, Ling Xiao didn't care. No matter who the opponent was, as long as they dared to block his path, he would kick them away. Moreover, there was still some enmity between him and Huang Taifeng. Last time in the giant dragon city, Huang Taifeng suddenly attacked him, although it didn't cause too much damage. Since then, there had been a grudge between the two of them. "You're just a lowly commoner. You really think you're something," Yang Xiu sneered. Yang Xiu smiled coldly and said, "Look at you few repulsive melons and dates. Better surrender early. Otherwise, you'll regret it later." "Yang Qi has the right to talk to me like that. Who do you think you are? You're much older than Yang Qi, but your cultivation is thousands of miles away. You want to talk about your background and status? In the arena, your family background is useless." Ling Xiao mocked. "Or rather, the higher your status, the more humiliating it will be if you lose. You'll become a burden instead. What a sharp tongue. You'd better not go against me, or I'll definitely destroy you." Yang Xiu said fiercely. "Then you have to be careful. I don't like killing people, but if someone wants to kill me, I don't mind being ruthless." Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a sinister cold light. Facing such a powerful opponent made him extremely excited. Only such a battle would be interesting. If the enemy was too weak, it would be too boring. The battle had yet to begin, but Team A and Team B were already at daggers drawn, sparks flying everywhere. This was equivalent to the 9th Squad fighting against the rest of the Alliance army. It really made people look forward to it. That Huang Ling and Gu Qiu are also outstanding figures chosen by the other 12 cities. His strength was probably not inferior to Yang Xiu's. Even Qiyu isn't qualified to enter the list of 5. Han Yuan said to Ling Xiao, "Han Yuan, Chen Qi, the two of you remember, don't force yourself if you can't win. Just choose to surrender. Feng Hua and I will deal with it." Ling Xiao couldn't be too harsh on Han Yuan and Chen Qi. After all, the two of them had improved in a short period of time. Even so, their cultivation wasn't as good as the other party. This time, the competition had a specific task, which was to weaken the opponent. It wasn't to defeat the opponent, but also to gain experience. "Yes, Corporal." The two of them nodded and said, "All right, both sides can start the challenge. If you win, you can continue to fight. If you lose, you'll be eliminated. It doesn't matter which side challenges." Qi Tianmei said coldly. At this moment, she almost laughed out loud. This situation was really too advantageous for Team B. Whether they could kill Ling Xiao or not, Ling Xiao would definitely not get the position of Marshall City's City Defense Army commander. Instead, she was somewhat worried about Huang Taewun. This guy might be Chi Heng's strongest competitor. Corporal, I'll throw a brick to attract the jade. Chun Chi stood up and said he knew that he couldn't win against either of them, but he could use the battle to let Ling Xiao observe the other party's performance. All right, remember what I said just now. Don't be reckless. Ling Xiao reminded him. Got it. Chun Chi walked to the middle of the arena and said to Team B, Team A, Chun Chi challenges. A piece of trash, I'll deal with it. Gu Qiu stood up and instantly went to the center of the arena. Gu Qiu and Huang Ling didn't seem to be here for the position of City Defense Army commander. It seemed more like they were paid to do it for others. They actually volunteered to deal with Qin Chi. Qin Chi cupped his hands at Gu Qiu. Gu Qiu looked disdainful and didn't even look at him. At this moment, the referee finally announced the start of the battle. The two of them attacked almost at the same time. Chun Chi didn't hold back and went all out. At the same time, he released his martial soul and used 100% of his strength. He knew that he had no hope of winning, so he didn't plan to consider the next battle. Gu Qiu was different. Gu Qiu didn't release his martial soul and only used 50% of his strength. Obviously, he looked down on Chun Chi. He also planned to save his strength to deal with the next battle. He was a peak 8th level Divine Body Realm expert. Wouldn't it be a joke if he went all out against a peak 6th level Divine Body Realm martial artist? This person didn't know Qin Chi's current true cultivation level. Ling Xiao had recently studied another Saint Rune called the Qi Restraining Saint Rune. This Saint Rune had no other uses. It could only allow the martial artist to restrain his aura so that the opponent couldn't see his strength. As long as he didn't expose his strength, even a divine soul realm martial artist couldn't see through it. Bam! Bam bam! The two of them exchanged blows several times in an instant. The two figures separated and merged, causing the surrounding air to explode. Under countless shocked gazes, Qin Chi, who was thought to be a piece of trash, became a strong dark horse. Originally, many people thought that he could enter the top 5 in Team A because most of the martial artists in Team A were trash. It wasn't that Qin Chi was strong. However, it didn't seem to be the case now. Qin Chi must be very powerful to be able to gain the upper hand in the battle with Gu Qiu. Although Gu Qiu didn't release his martial soul and only used 50% of his strength, it was impossible to suppress him without a cultivation level of the 8th level Divine Body Realm. What happened to this guy? 5 days ago, he was only a low-level soldier at the peak 6th level Divine Body Realm. Why did he suddenly become so powerful? The people who were the most shocked were Chi Hung, Chi Yu, and the rest of the Martial City's city defense force. This was because they were familiar with Qin Chi. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Qin Chi didn't just cultivate during this period of time. He also fought with Long Qin nonstop. With a strong opponent like Long Qin, facing Gu Qiu was really nothing. If Gu Qiu continued to underestimate his opponent, he might really be defeated by Qin Chi. Boom! At a certain moment, the two of them separated. Qin Chi took 2 steps back, but Gu Qiu kept retreating and almost went out of the center circle. Not only that, but he also spat out a mouthful of blood. He was injured by Qin Chi. Chapter 51-52. Gu Qiu, you look down on me, so you're unwilling to go all out. However, if this goes on, you'll be the one who loses. Qin Chi said calmly. During the battle, he became more confident. Humph, what a joke. Do I need to go all out against a piece of trash like you? Since 50% isn't enough, 70% is. It's enough. Gu Qiu was really arrogant. He was unwilling to release his martial soul and go all out. Qin Chi shook his head calmly. The battle continued. Boom! The battle between Qin Chi and Gu Qiu reached its climax again. He thought that Gu Qiu could defeat Qin Chi after increasing his power to 70%. However, the reality was different. Gu Qiu was still suppressed by Qin Chi. His expression became worse. Bastard, how did this happen? Looks like I can only go all out. Otherwise, I'll become a joke. Gu Qiu faced Qin Chi's fierce attacks. He had no choice but to release his martial soul and increase his power to 100% at the same time, attacking with all his might. One had to admit that there was a huge gap between their strength. Once Gu Qiu attacked with all his strength, Qin Chi was no match for him at all. He was obviously suppressed. Haha, it's about time. Qin Chi had drawn out all of Gu Qiu's strength and completed his mission. He was ready to leave after he succeeded. I admit defeat. He suddenly retreated and left the center circle. Although he lost the battle, he was not injured at all. On the other hand, Gu Qiu was injured by him. Although it was not serious, it was a great humiliation. Coward! Gu Qiu roared. Haha, you said that you could defeat me with 70% of your power, but you still went all out in the end. How dare you call me a coward when you talk like a fart? I know my ability. I won't be such a fool. Qin Chi smiled. Gu Qiu's face turned red. He had indeed slapped himself in the face. Now that he thought about it, it was really embarrassing. What's your cultivation level? Gu Qiu could not help but ask. Qin Chi smiled and released the aura of his cultivation base. Middle stage divine body 8th level. How did this happen? Many martial artists from the Martial City's City Defense Army stood up abruptly, especially those from the 9th Troop. Although Qin Chi's aptitude was slightly better than theirs, the difference was not big. They were still at the peak of the 6th level of the divine physique realm, but the other party was already at the middle of the 8th level of the divine physique realm. What exactly happened in these short 5 days? Ling Xiao, you actually used the treasure you got from the Hummer Gang on this piece of trash. I'm not done with you. Qi Tianmei's plan was to take back the things that Ling Xiao had taken away after she obtained the position of commander. However, she never thought that Ling Xiao would actually dare to use their Qi family's medicinal pills without permission. He was really angry and unhappy. My turn. Seeing that Qin Chi was in the limelight, Han Yuan also wanted to show his face, so he stood up and said, Do as I say. Ling Xiao looked at him and said, Understood. Han Yuan nodded and walked to the center circle. Team A, Han Yuan issues a challenge. At this moment, Gu Qiu was still standing on the stage, unwilling to step down. However, according to the rules after a battle, there was a period of rest and recovery time. This guy was angered by Qin Chi, so he wanted to get back at Han Yuan. However, Qi Heng did not seem to want to give him the chance. Gu Qiu, don't be rash. Come back and heal. Let Huang Ling go. Gu Qiu wanted to refute, but when he remembered that he had taken their money, he had no choice but to return to his seat and swallow a healing pill to recover. Huang Ling stood up and looked at Gu Qiu. He said, sarcastically, Even a piece of trash can hurt you. You've really made us proud. Why don't you go up again? I'll help you get rid of all your opponents. You'd better take care of yourself. These people are not easy to deal with. Gu Qiu said coldly. Just wait and see. I only need one move to make Han Yuan step down. He's just a vice captain. Huang Ling did not care about Gu Qiu's warning and walked to the center circle of the stage. After the referee announced the start of the battle, Han Yuan did the same thing as Qin Chi, fighting with all his strength. Huang Ling chose to do the same thing as Gu Qiu. It was as if to prove that Gu Qiu could not win with 50% of his strength, but he could. Idiot! Gu Qiu gritted his teeth. Don't blame me for not warning you if you're unlucky. At this moment, the battle had already begun. Han Yuan was much stronger than Qin Chi. Be it cultivation or sword technique, he was much stronger. Huang Ling, this idiot, actually dared to underestimate his opponent. In the end, the moment the two came into contact, Han Yuan chopped off one of Huang Ling's arms. Blood splattered everywhere. Huang Ling hugged his arm and howled in pain. Despair could be seen in his frightened eyes. At this moment, he had already lost an arm. Even if he fought with all his strength, it was impossible for him to win against Han Yuan. This was really an accident. It was an accident that Ling Xiao did not expect. He really did not know that the other party was actually so stupid. Han Yuan did not show mercy when he gained the upper hand. His sword technique swallowed and attacked Huang Ling crazily. Only then did Huang Ling hurriedly release his martial soul to increase his strength. However, it was already too late. Although Han Yuan's sword technique was simple, it was ingenious. Moreover, it was incomparably ruthless. Huang Ling desperately blocked the attack and jumped out of the center circle in horror. I admit defeat, I admit defeat. He realized that if he did not admit defeat, he would definitely die. Han Yuan was stunned for a moment. He originally never thought that he would win. He just did his best to display his strength. In the end, his opponent inexplicably underestimated him and was defeated by him in one fell swoop. Idiot! I told you long ago not to underestimate the enemy. These people are not to be trifled with. Gu Qiu gnashed his teeth in anger. Huang Ling lost too shamefully this time. He clearly had the strength to absolutely defeat the other party. But in the end, because he underestimated the enemy, he had an arm broken and was even forced to admit defeat. Extremely wretched. The 9th team, what the hell happened? First, it was Qinchi, then Han Yuan. These two guys' strength both skyrocketed in a short time. If I knew earlier, I wouldn't have left. A martial artist who left the 9th team shook his head, regretting it endlessly. Although his aptitude was not as good as Han Yuan, it was much better than Qinchi. Under the same conditions, he thought that he was absolutely more outstanding. But the cruel reality now was that he was already left far behind by Qinchi. Get lost! Yang Xiu kicked away Huang Ling, who fell to the ground, and immediately walked to the center circle. Staring at Han Yuan, he said, "The two of us fight. Han Yuan, come back and rest. Let this companion go up first and exchange a few moves with Brother Yang." Ling Xiao looked at the unfamiliar martial artist who ranked in the top 5 of Team A with them and said, "Me." That person was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly shook his head and said, No, I don't dare. Yang Xiu is a member of the Yang family, and his strength is very terrifying. I'm not his match. If you don't fight, then you're not qualified to stay in Team A. Isn't that right, referee? Ling Xiao looked at the referee and asked, "Indeed, if you lose without a fight, you're automatically disqualified." The referee nodded. There were many important people here today, so the referee did not dare to talk nonsense. Chapter 51-53. Me. The martial artist's face turned ugly. He wanted the reward, but he was afraid of Yang Xiu. He was in a dilemma. Aren't you a mid-stage 8th level divine physique echelon martial artist? You don't even have the courage to fight with Yang Xiu? Ling Xiao asked curiously, "What do you know? Do you know what the Yang family's martial soul is?" Yang Qi was blessed by the heavens and received a gift from the gods. He can bestow a low-grade deity martial soul to the other 12 people. This Yang Xiu received the earth god martial soul. This allows him to absorb the power of the earth, and his combat power is much stronger than his cultivation. The martial artist looked at Ling Xiao and said loudly, "Forget it. I can't explain it to an idiot like you. I don't want the reward. I forfeit." The martial artist turned around and walked down the stage. "Haha, who else wants to accept my challenge?" Yang Xiu stood there and looked at Team A proudly. Han Yuan was resting, so only Ling Xiao and Yu Fenghua were left. This was a very unfavorable situation for Team A. Yu Fenghua was about to stand up, but Han Yuan stopped her. "Miss Yu, even if I fully recover, I won't be a match for Yang Xiu. So, there's no difference between fighting now and later. Look carefully and see what's up with Yang Xiu's earth god martial soul." After Han Yuan finished speaking, he walked to the middle of the stage. He knew that he wasn't a match for Yang Xiu. After his defeat in the Yellow Tomb, Yang Xiu wouldn't underestimate his opponent. That way, Han Yuan wouldn't have any chance of winning. So his only goal was to make Yang Xiu release his Earth God martial soul for Ling Xiao and Yu Fenghua to see. Don't you want to see my martial soul? Then take a look. Yang Xiu smiled in disdain, and a short, old man appeared behind him. Although he was short and old, the power released by his martial soul was not to be underestimated. The Earth God martial soul was much stronger than ordinary martial souls. There was no doubt about that. Boom! The moment Yang Xiu released his Earth God martial soul, the earth seemed to have become one with him, and the power of the earth flowed into his body. This was similar to the Earth Guardian that Long Qin was proficient in, but there were some differences. The Earth God martial spirit allowed Yang Xiu to absorb the power of the earth to strengthen his martial spirit. The Earth Guardian allowed Long Qin to borrow the power of the earth to do many things. One was to absorb, while the other was to borrow. If it was a battle, Earth Guardian would obviously be better. However, in terms of cultivation, the Earth God martial spirit was obviously better for martial artists. Han won, retreat! Ling Xiao suddenly frowned and shouted. The moment the Earth God martial spirit was released, Ling Xiao felt a sense of uneasiness, so he shouted. Without any hesitation, Han Yuan fled towards the outside of the center circle. It was his absolute trust in Ling Xiao that helped him. However, his legs were pierced by spikes that suddenly emerged from the ground. If he hadn't run away, his heart or head would have been pierced. Yang Xiu was determined to kill Han Yuan. What a pity! Seeing that Han Yuan had escaped from the center circle, Yang Xiu felt somewhat helpless. If he continued to attack, it would be against the rules. With the imperial family's princess here, he didn't want to affect his own family by killing Han Yuan. Thank you, Corporal. Han Yuan said, still in a state of shock. Let's not talk about this for now. Swallow the healing pill. Ling Xiao looked coldly at Yang Xiu. This person was determined to kill Han Yuan. His heart was already filled with killing intent. Fenghua, after you go up, kill him. Ling Xiao said coldly. According to the plan, the next person to go up was Yu Fenghua. Ling Xiao believed that Yu Fenghua wouldn't have a problem defeating Gu Qiu and Yang Xiu. Therefore, this Yang Xiu could only be dealt with by Yu Fenghua. Understood. Yu Fenghua nodded. She was also very angry. During this period of training and sparring, Han Yuan had already become their friend. Yu Fenghua also liked that little girl, Han Li. Someone wanted to kill that little girl's brother. She couldn't ignore it. Moreover, Yang Xiu was a ruthless person. If she wasn't ruthless, she would probably be killed too. Only Huang Ling from Team B has lost. The other 4 can be said to be fine. On the other hand, Team A only has Ling Xiao and his woman left. Little sister Yu, do you still think Team A has a chance of winning? Huang Shui looked at Huang Yu and said mockingly, even if Yu Fenghua and Ling Xiao went all out and defeated 2 of them, they must have exhausted a lot. It's impossible for them to recover completely. They're bound to lose. Huang Yu didn't say anything. She just stared at the arena. This was indeed a crisis. What was Ling Xiao going to do? At this moment, Qi Heng was also looking at Ling Xiao with a cold smile. He seemed very pleased with himself. Although Huang Ling's unexpected loss made him a little angry, they were back on track now. They didn't even have to use their final trump card and were about to win. This was simply too easy. No one was optimistic about Team A's chances. Well, it was just the 9th team. It wasn't some mysterious team. How powerful could they be? It wouldn't be strange if they lost. On the other hand, it would be strange if Team B lost. Looks like the position of commander is going to be born in Team B. Will it be Qi Heng, Huang Taewun, or Yang Xiu? Many people had such thoughts. Under everyone's attention, Yu Fenghua stood up and walked to the center circle. At this moment, what people were paying attention to wasn't her strength, but her appearance. Well, Yu Fenghua's beautiful appearance. was a little too dazzling. It made all the women there feel a trace of jealousy. However, some people were jealous and envious, while others were mad with jealousy. "Xiao, I'm going," Yu Fanghua said to Ling Xiao with a charming smile. This smile was bright and moving. It really captured the hearts of too many people. "Just do your best. Leave the rest to me." Ling Xiao's greatest concern wasn't whether Yu Fanghua could win, but Yu Fanghua's safety. "I understand." Yu Fanghua smiled. She naturally understood Ling Xiao's concern for her. However, at the very least, he had to clear 2 obstacles for Ling Xiao. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would be too tired. As she spoke, Yu Fanghua stepped into the center circle. Everyone looked at this valiant young lady, and they were all shocked by her beauty. However, they didn't care about her strength at all. "I really can't bear to part with such a delicate beauty. Gu Qiu, you should do it." Yang Xiu returned to his seat. "I don't care." Gu Qiu stepped into the center circle. No matter if it was a man or a woman, no matter if it was ugly or beautiful, they were all just opponents to him. He wanted to regain his lost dignity from this woman. "Let the duel begin." Following the referee's command, Gu Qiu completely unleashed his strength. At the same time he released his martial soul, he also pushed his cultivation to the extreme. Berserk divine essence exploded in his limbs and bones. This time, he didn't want to make the same mistake as before. He wanted to win beautifully. Chapter 51-54. Unleashing his martial soul. Gu Qiu pounced on his opponent like a venomous snake. The cold dagger symbolized his cruelty and viciousness. The viper martial soul behind him, covered in colorful spots, made him look even more sinister. He hadn't had the chance to unleash his martial soul before. Although he'd won, he'd been humiliated. This time, his viper was going to bite the woman's throat. Yu Fanghua didn't move in the face of Gu Qiu's ferocious attack. She stood there calmly, not even releasing her martial soul. "You dare underestimate me? You're courting death." Gu Qiu was furious. He'd underestimated his opponent and suffered grievous injuries. He'd even embarrassed himself. This time, it was his opponent's turn to underestimate him. She hadn't unleashed her martial soul, and he sensed that she'd only used 80% of her strength. This made him very unhappy. Therefore, he wanted to kill her. However, when he was 3 meters away from Yu Fanghua, his attack suddenly slowed. The air around him was extremely cold. Gu Qiu found his body stiffening. Oh no! He realized that something was wrong and hurriedly retreated. Something was wrong with this woman, and she was very strong. Even though she'd only used 80% of her strength, it was enough to crush him. Yu Fanghua didn't pursue him. Gu Qiu retreated to his original spot and scathed. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. To an onlooker, this was extremely strange. Gu Qiu had launched a powerful attack, but he'd suddenly retreated after missing. What kind of trick was he playing? "Activate Berserk Saint Rune." Gu Qiu suddenly roared, and a blood-red Saint Rune appeared on his body. This made Ling Xiao frown slightly. Berserk Saint Runes? It seems that there are other cultivators in the Eternal Divine domain who know how to use Saint Runes. But then again, the Divine Rune sect was so powerful that it must have nurtured many Saint Rune masters. The ancients couldn't have killed all of them. A complete Berserk Saint Rune could increase a cultivator's strength by 100%. Unlike the Barbaric Bull Saint Rune, it was an all-round improvement. The Barbaric Bull Saint Rune could only increase strength. This thing was much stronger than the Raging Bull Saint Rune. However, the opponent's Saint Inscription Master was only able to inscribe first-grade Saint inscriptions. The Berserk Saint Inscription was a second-grade Saint Inscription, so he was unable to completely inscribe it. Only 1/3 of the engravings were completed. Currently, the power it could display was only a 30% increase in combat power. but this is already very terrifying. Ling Xiao knew very well that Gu Qiu was not the only one with the Berserk Saint Rune. Qi Heng should have it as well. This was because Huang Ling and Gu Qiu were obviously the helpers Qi Heng had found. The Berserk Saint Rune was also engraved by Qi Tianmei. However, he couldn't be sure that Yang Xiu and Huang Tewun didn't. Therefore, they had to think of a way to deal with it. Originally, this kind of selection didn't allow the use of pills and talismans that could instantly increase one's battle strength. Ling Xiao thought that the Saint Rune art had also been banned. But now, it seems that there is no such thing. Since the other party had used it, why couldn't he? However, even if Gu Qiu used the incomplete Berserk Sacred Rune, he wouldn't be able to defeat Yu Fanghua. He wasn't worried. However, he had to think of a way for the next round. Saint Rune Encyclopedia. Ling Xiao summoned the Saint Rune Encyclopedia and searched for a way to counter the Berserk Sacred Rune. At this moment, Gu Qiu and Yu Fanghua in the middle of the circle were fighting again. After Gu Qiu used the Berserk Sacred Rune, his combat power had increased significantly. Yu Fanghua could no longer suppress him with 80% of his combat power. You didn't expect this, did you? This is my true strength. Gu Qiu attacked fiercely, constantly attacking Yu Fanghua. Die, 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 die. The two daggers in his hands were like vipers that constantly blasted out, making Yu Fanghua unable to cope. It's a little difficult. Then, let's use 100% of my strength. Yu Fanghua took a deep breath, and his aura suddenly increased. Then he took out the moon god Bao and used his movement technique to increase the distance between them. He shot an arrow. The divine arrow, condensed from the essence of the moon, tore through the void and pierced Gu Qiu's body. The berserk power sent Gu Qiu flying. He flew directly from the arena to the ground. The tide of the battle had turned. Yu Fanghua was like a goddess of the moon, mesmerizing everyone. I didn't expect this beauty to be so powerful. Gu Qiu is actually not her match. Everyone was amazed. Gu Qiu was defeated too quickly, and this woman called Yu Fanghua didn't even release her martial soul. It was obvious how big the gap between the two of them was. In front of everyone's shocked eyes, Yu Fanghua wanted to directly challenge Yang Xiu. However, Ling Xiao called her back. He then engraved a Saint Rune on Yu Fanghua's hand. This is called the Berserk Saint Rune. It can make a warrior's blood boil in an instant and increase his combat power. However, its effect is far from the Berserk Saint Rune. However, this Berserk Saint Rune can be used on others. If the opponent activates the Berserk Saint Rune, you can use this Berserk Saint Rune on him. These are two types of Saint Runes that cannot be stacked. Once they are stacked, the consequences will be unimaginable. As for what it is exactly, to be honest, I'm not sure either. Remember, it will only work if you aim the Saint Rune on your palm at the opponent's Berserk Saint Rune. Whether you can hit it or not will depend on your ability. Ling Xiao stared at Yu Fanghua. Yu Fanghua nodded and stepped back into the center circle with a smile. She didn't use much of her divine essence to deal with Gu Qiu. A healing pill that Ling Xiao had specially refined was enough to replenish her divine essence. Who else? Yu Fanghua stood in the center circle and looked at the three people from Team B. The original 4 against 2 had become 3 against 2. Team A had regained some of their advantage. The martial artists of the 9th squad cheered loudly. They seemed to be a little unique. There were tens of thousands of people in the audience, but the 9th team only had a dozen people. Their cheers resounded in all directions. Qi Tianmei's expression turned ugly. Unlike Huang Ling's unexpected defeat, Gu Qiu was easily defeated even after using the Berserk Saint Rune. They had neglected Yu Fanghua. Maybe this woman is even more terrifying than Ling Xiao. Huang Yu was a little happy. Earlier, Team A had been at a disadvantage. She had been mocked by Huang Shui, but she didn't dare to say anything. However, it was different now. Sister, the situation seems to be different. Huang Yu smiled. This is within my expectations. This woman can defeat Gu Qiu, but she can't defeat Yang Xiu. Huang Shui gritted her teeth. Yang Xiu had already walked into the center circle. Looking at Yu Fenghua indifferently, he said, "Although it would be a pity if such a beautiful flower were to be destroyed. However, since you're blocking my path, you deserve to die. Let the battle begin." At this moment, the referee announced the start of the battle. Boom! Yang Xiu immediately released his earth god martial soul and erupted with all his strength. Even a lion would use all its strength to hunt a rabbit. Moreover, Yu Fenghua wasn't weak. Yang Xiu didn't dare to underestimate her since she could defeat Gu Qiu, who used the Berserk Saint Rune. Chapter 51-55. At the place where Yu Fenghua stood, a pile of sharp spikes suddenly emerged. However, in that instant, Yu Fenghua's figure had already disappeared. Ling Zhao's performance was so dazzling that Yu Fenghua was neglected. However, Yu Fenghua, who had awakened the power of the Moon Lady, was not inferior to Ling Xiao in terms of talent and combat skills. However, she was willing to stay quietly by Ling Zhao's side. She would only unleash her terrifying combat power if someone dared to hurt Ling Xiao. Her speed was not inferior to Ling Zhao's. Have you ever seen how fast moonlight is? Yang Xiu's speed was not enough to catch up to her. Not bad. Yang Xiu saw that his sneak attack had failed and pounced forward. In that instant, his earth god martial soul put on a layer of khaki armor for him. It was completely formed by the power of the earth. It improved both his defense and attack. Yang Xiu did not use weapons. He clenched his fists and smashed them down like boulders. Boom! The air was smashed, and there was a loud sonic boom. Unfortunately, his powerful attack could not catch up to Yu Fenghua's speed. His attack did not touch Yu Fenghua. Yang Xiu's fist landed on the arena, creating a crater and several cracks. After all, this was a strengthened arena. For it to be smashed into such a state, it was sufficient to see how powerful Yang Xiu's attack was. Unfortunately, Yu Fenghua was faster. What kind of movement technique is this? She's like a fairy from the Moon Palace. I can't catch her at all. Qi Heng was also stunned when he saw this scene. Yang Xiu's attack was strong, but Yu Fenghua's movement technique surprised him. I must have this woman. Ling Xiao does not deserve her. After a few rounds, Yang Xiu was a little irritable. A terrifying and violent aura was released from his body. The Berserk Saint Rune was activated. This guy actually had the Berserk Sacred Rune. It seemed like Ling Zhao's worries were correct. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. In order to deal with Ling Xiao, Qi Tianmei actually did not hesitate to cooperate with Yang Xiu. He even gave him the Berserk Saint Rune. Activating the Berserk Saint Rune, Yang Xiu's speed soared. Yu Fenghua could no longer avoid it. However, just as everyone was worried about what Yu Fenghua would do next, Yu Fenghua suddenly launched an attack. Instead of running away, she rushed towards Yang Xiu. It's over. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. If Yang Xiu did not use the Berserk Saint Rune, it would be fine. If he used the Berserk Saint Rune, it would be impossible for him to win. Good timing. When Yang Xiu saw Yu Fenghua charging at him, he clenched his fists together. The power of the earth gathered on his fists, and a terrifying fist force blasted out. Like a giant cannon, it blasted everything in front of it away. Moonlight barrier. Yu Fenghua did not dodge. More importantly, she could not dodge. Yang Xiu's attack covered a large area. If she wanted to avoid it, she would miss the opportunity to attack. Hence, she chose to face it head-on. The bright moonlight instantly formed a sturdy protective wall. The violent fist force collided with it, but it was unable to destroy it. In the next moment, Yu Fenghua was nowhere to be seen. Yang Xiu was shocked. Berserk Saint Rune. At this moment, Yu Fanghua appeared beside Yang Xiu and imprinted the Berserk Saint Rune on the Berserk Saint Rune. 2 Saint Runes stacked together. Yu Fanghua did not need to do anything. Yang Xiu was bleeding from all 7 orifices on the arena. He was seriously injured and unconscious. Although he did not die, it could be considered as revenge for Han Yuan. To be honest, Yang Xiu's situation was worse than death. At that moment, the entire arena was dead silent. She won again. Not only did she defeat Gu Qiu, but she also defeated Yang Xiu, one of the 3 giants of Team B. This Yu Fanghua was truly a bit too powerful, right? Qi Tianmei, Huang Shui, Qi Heng, and the others' expressions were very ugly. Huang Yu and the members of the 9th team breathed a sigh of relief. The originally huge disadvantage was gradually turned around. Sister, I've said it before. Don't be complacent until the end. Huang, you looked at Huang Shui and smiled. I'll return this to you. In Team B, the strongest are Huang Taewun and Qi Heng. That Yang Xiu is still weak. It was impossible for Yu Fanghua to be a match for those 2. In order to let Ling Xiao conserve his energy, Yu Fanghua will definitely fight continuously. No matter how strong she is, she can't defeat the remaining 2. Huang Shui said coldly. Huang, you did not say anything. Huang Shui's words made sense. It was the truth. It seems like I can't use the Berserk Saint Rune. Qi Heng frowned, but fortunately I still have other trump cards. He was not stupid. From Yang Xiu's failure, he could see that the originally powerful Berserk Saint Rune had become a weakness. In fact, this was not the Berserk Saint Rune's weakness. If it was a complete Berserk Saint Rune, there was no need to worry. But the incomplete Berserk Saint Rune was not good. I've said it before. You guys are unorthodox. If you're afraid, leave the remaining 2 to me. Huang Taewun looked at Qi Heng in disdain. Then he said to Yu Fanghua, go and rest. I don't want to take advantage of you. Finally, that Ling Xiao is not qualified to fight with me. I'll leave him to Qi Heng later. Huang Taewun wanted to fight with Yu Fanghua because he saw how strong Yu Fanghua was. Fanghua, come back and rest. Leave the next 2 battles to me. Ling Xiao said with concern. Xiao, I'll be fine after resting for a while. I'll leave that Qi Heng to you. But I want to try and see if I can defeat Huang Taewun. Yu Fanghua said. Huang Taewun is a member of the royal family after all. The martial skills and cultivation techniques he cultivates are probably 2nd level Saint class. And the quality is probably better than yours. Plus, he has cultivated for a long time, so his proficiency is much higher than yours. If you have 1 more month, you can defeat him. But today it's a little difficult. Ling Xiao said seriously. It's okay. It's just a challenge. If I can't win, I can force him to use his trump card. At that time, it'll be easy for you to deal with him. Yu Fanghua smiled. I can't persuade you. If you want to go, I'll agree. But remember, if you feel that it's not enough, withdraw. Even if those 2 join forces, they're not my match. So, you don't have to worry about me. Ling Xiao said confidently. Of course, this was more because he didn't want Yu Fanghua to risk her life. In fact, if he really faced both Qi Heng and Huang Taewun at the same time, he would be in a lot of trouble. While they were talking, the 5-minute break had passed. Yu Fanghua walked back to the center circle. First of all, I won't go easy on you just because you just fought. Huang Taewun released his martial soul as he spoke. That was the most famous golden god martial soul in the golden martial nation. Although everyone's golden god martial soul would be different due to their battle characteristics, there was one common characteristic. However, they all shared a common characteristic, and that was that they were humanoid, golden in color, and had a high-level deity position. Although Huang Taewun is not as strong as Huang Taifeng, he has been stuck at the peak of the 8th level divine physique realm for a long time. It's not an exaggeration to say that he is invincible below the 9th level divine physique realm. Ling Xiao analyzed Huang Taewun carefully. Chapter 51-56. Ling Xiao looked at Huang Taewun and analyzed carefully. Yu Fanghua wanted to fight Huang Taewun to give him a chance to analyze. He naturally couldn't let Yu Fanghua down. Of course it's best if I go all out. Otherwise, if I win, others will say that I relied on luck. Yu Fanghua didn't dare to be negligent and released her martial soul for the first time. A bright moon hung high in the sky. It was clearly daytime, but the surrounding scenery had a strange change. It was like night. This is the most special, celestial martial soul among the nature-type martial souls. It's not inferior to the god martial soul at all. Discussions could be heard from below the stage. A high-grade god martial soul versus a celestial martial soul. This was a very interesting thing. You are indeed very strong, but I will definitely win this battle. Huang Taewun's eyes released a strong fighting spirit. His battle strength was at its peak. Yu Fenghua's strength made him extremely excited. The battle begins. At this moment, the referee announced the start of the battle. In that instant, Huang Taewun launched an attack. He suddenly punched out from a distance. The golden fist tore through the void and instantly arrived in front of Yu Fanghua. Golden fist! He did not intend to show any mercy. However, his first attack still had a hint of probing. Because his opponent was very strong, he didn't dare to rashly attack with all his strength. Otherwise, if his attack failed, he would be in trouble. But the golden fist was definitely strong, because it was a rank 1 sacred class martial skill. Ling Xiao had said before that although Huang Taeyun was from a declining royal family, he was still a member of the royal family. But a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Some powerful martial skills and divine abilities were nothing. Yu Fanghua saw that this guy's attack was powerful and immediately took out the moon god bow. The essence of the moon condensed into a divine arrow and shot it out. The divine arrow and the golden fist collided in the air. There was a loud explosion. They were actually evenly matched. However, Huang Taewun was not someone Yang Xiu could compare to. Before the golden fist was broken, he had already prepared for a second attack. When the two attacks dissipated, he was already in front of Yu Fanghua. The corners of his mouth curled up into a cruel sneer. When I kill people, I don't care if they're men or women. Don't blame me if you die. A pair of metal gloves suddenly appeared on his hands. This glove was obviously a treasure. Furthermore, there were 3 divine dragon patterns on it. Golden dragon claw. Its sharp claws reached for Yu Fenghua's head. This attack had already reached the level of a 2nd level Saint class martial skill. Yu Fanghua had no choice but to deal with it. Her reaction was very fast. Furthermore, there was no sign of nervousness on his face. Forming a seal with his right hand, Zhang Xian thrust his palm forward. This was Yu Fenghua's 2nd level Saint class martial skill. The ice-cold handprint collided with the golden dragon claw. Boom! There was another loud explosion. The shattered bluestone on the arena turned into dust. Debris flew everywhere. The two of them retreated more than 10 steps at the same time. However, it was obvious that Huang Taewun had the upper hand. Although they were both 2nd level Saint class martial skills, Huang Taewun's golden dragon claw had been cultivated for many years. It was much more mature than Yu Fenghua's seal of the cold moon. There was not much difference in their overall strength. Yu Fanghua was naturally at a disadvantage. I didn't expect you to know a 2nd level Saint class martial skill. However, you don't seem to be familiar with it. How long can you block such a fierce attack? Huang Taewun sneered and launched a series of attacks. Yu Fanghua had no choice but to activate the Light Body Saint inscription and the Barbaric Bull Saint inscription. Only then could she barely block it. She didn't use the golden light saint inscription because it consumed too much god essence. She didn't have as much god essence as Ling Xiao did. For a moment, Huang Taewun attacked fiercely while Yu Fanghua kept retreating. It was obvious that she was at a great disadvantage. At that moment, Yu Fenghua's eyes flashed with a cold light. She was going to use the Fever Saint inscription on herself. Fanghua, enough! Ling Xiao believed that Yu Fanghua could win if she went all out. She could definitely do it with the Fever Saint inscription. However, the Fever Saint inscription had a huge flaw. After using it once, the user would completely collapse. The user would suffer for at least 3 days and 3 nights. Ling Xiao didn't want his woman to suffer so much pain. The key was that there was no need. Yu Fanghua heard the unquestionable tone in Ling Xiao's voice. Although she was a girl with her own opinions, 33 people started. However, she also knew that Ling Xiao could be very unreasonable at times, especially when it came to protecting his woman. She didn't want Ling Xiao to be sad and angry for her. Therefore, she chose to retreat. She jumped out of the center circle. Even if Huang Taiyun wanted to hurt her, it would be impossible for him to do so. Good obedient child. Ling Xiao patted Yu Fenghua's head and said, "You've already done well enough. This isn't a situation where you have to risk your life. Go back and rest. Let me do the rest." Yu Fanghua nodded with a red face and sat there obediently. Seeing this, Qi Heng was so jealous that he wanted to vomit blood. That woman who was as cold as ice towards him was obedient, like a pet beside Ling Xiao. He really couldn't stand it. "Ling Xiao, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you." Qi Heng roared in his heart and stepped into the center circle at the same time. He couldn't wait any longer. Team A is finished. That was what many people thought. The strongest member of Team A, Yu Fanghua, has already lost. It's impossible now. That Ling Xiao hasn't made his move yet. Who knows, he might be very strong. Do you believe it? A piece of trash at the peak of the 6th level of the divine physique echelon. Do you think he can turn the situation around? This seems like it's really impossible. No one thought highly of Ling Xiao because Ling Xiao didn't hide his cultivation at all. A peak of the 6th level of the divine physique echelon stood there like a joke. These people underestimated the corporal. They'll be slapped in the face later. Qin Chi sneered. That's right. Only those who have fought with the corporal will understand that they'll be at a disadvantage if they only look at cultivation. Han Yuan nodded and said, he didn't admire anyone, but Ling Xiao was definitely one of them. Previously, he also looked down on Ling Xiao. However, after this period of contact, he understood how powerful and great Ling Xiao was. Qi Heng, quickly finish off that piece of trash. Let's have a good fight. Although you're not as good as me, you're probably the strongest among these people. I can't give up the position of commander to you. Huang Taewun sat there with a hint of disdain. Not as good as you? Qi Heng looked at Huang Taewun indifferently and said, You think too highly of yourself. Even when I was at the late stage of the 8th level of the divine physique echelon, I only lost to you by half a move. Now that I've broken through to the peak of the 8th level of the divine physique echelon, do you still deserve to fight with me? Get lost. You don't have a chance to fight here. At the same time, Huang Taewun suddenly spat out blood and fainted with a dull expression. He was unconscious. What's going on? Is there an internal conflict in Team A? A lot of people were stunned. That's not the main point. The main point is that Qi Heng actually knocked Huang Taewun out with a roar. How powerful is he? Everyone present acted as if it was their first time meeting Qi Heng. Chapter 51-57. Qi Heng's roar that stunned Huang Taewun caused quite a commotion. I didn't expect him to be so weak. Qi Heng said nonchalantly when he was questioned by the judge. He did not make a move, so it was not against the rules. Moreover, he had the support of the Qi family, so nobody dared to criticize him. In the end, this small commotion ended with the people's shock. Qi Heng stepped into the center circle and glared at Ling Xiao fiercely. "All right, there's no one to disturb us now. Just accept your death obediently. I'll avenge the dragon lair today. I'm afraid that not only will I fail, but I'll also lose my life," Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. He knew that Qi Heng had become much stronger, but it was not like he did nothing these days. "I didn't expect it to become a civil war in Martial City in the end. However, this Ling Xiao is only here to accompany the crown prince, right? He can't be compared to Qi Heng at all." "I think so too." Huang Taewun was stunned and lost his chance to compete for the position of commander. It seems like the position of Martial City's city defense commander that has been vacant for a long time will be Qi Heng's. When Ling Xiao and Qi Heng stepped into the center circle, the audience burst into an earth-shattering discussion. Nobody was optimistic about Ling Xiao's chances. After all, Ling Xiao was still too weak in terms of strength on the surface. It was impossible for him to compete with Qi Heng. In the entire Martial City, Qi Heng was a powerhouse, second only to Qi Tianmei. On the spectator stand, Huang Yu and Huang Shui seemed a little nervous as they stared at the arena with burning eyes. The battle between Ling Xiao and Qi Heng would completely change the situation in Martial City. It would even affect the entire outer circle. It would affect the competition between the Qi family and the imperial family. "Sister, you must be feeling conflicted right now. I didn't expect our imperial family to rely on an outsider to keep up appearances. That Huang Taewun you found is too weak." Huang Yu glanced at Huang Shui and said, Huang Shui was indeed very conflicted. On one hand, she hoped that Ling Xiao would die. On the other hand, she didn't want Qi Heng to win. However, Huang Taewun, whom she had high hopes for, was stunned by Qi Heng's roar, which made her very passive. It's not about who I support now. Do you really think that Ling Xiao can defeat Qi Heng?" Huang Shui coldly snorted. "Perhaps I didn't have much confidence in him before, but at this point, I believe in him." Huang Yu said, "Foolish trust." Huang Shui cursed and stopped talking. At this moment, the arena could be said to be the focus of attention. Qi Heng stood with his hands behind his back, looking mighty and domineering. His brocade robe made him look even more majestic. He looked coldly at Ling Xiao, and the corners of his mouth suddenly curled into a smile. "You're really stubborn." Even Huang Taewun couldn't withstand my attack. "Do you think you can?" Ling Xiao gave him too many surprises, especially the incident in the dragon cave, which even made him feel humiliated. However, Qi Heng still believed that if they were to fight, he would definitely win. Moreover, his cultivation had broken through and reached the peak of the 8th level divine body realm. Under Qi Tianmei's guidance, he also cultivated an even more powerful martial technique, secret method. There was no way he wouldn't win. Whether I think it's not important. What's important is that since we're already standing on the arena, let's fight it out. There's no point in talking anymore. Ling Xiao said indifferently. "Fight it out. Fight it out. I'll make you completely convinced today. Then die." Qi Heng suddenly erupted with a terrifying aura, but he didn't release his martial soul. Perhaps in Qi Heng's opinion, he didn't need to go all out to deal with a martial artist at the peak of the 6th level divine body realm, although a lion would use all its strength to hunt a rabbit. However, Ling Xiao wasn't even a rabbit in front of him. He was only an ant. "It's not that easy to kill me." Ling Xiao also entered the beast god's body state at the same time and activated the sun god's blood formation. He entered the 2nd level of the bloody rat demon. He activated the sky tyrant's possession. Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless when fighting against someone like Qi Heng. He was ready to go all out from the start. In the arena, the auras of both parties kept colliding. There were sparks flying in the air. Energy overflowed. let the battle begin. At this moment, the referee announced the start of the battle. Boom! Chi Hung immediately launched an attack. He couldn't wait to kill Ling Xiao. He had been accumulating energy before, and it was only when the referee's voice sounded that he completely unleashed his accumulated energy. At that moment, the entire arena became nervous. Everyone stared at Chi Hang's figure that was like the wind. He was as fast as the wind and as powerful as lightning. Rumble. In the midst of the attack, there were continuous sonic booms in the air. The powerful energy tore the air apart. A saber suddenly appeared in Chi Hang's hand. It was an extremely sharp saber, an emperor artifact with 3 divine dragon patterns. He slashed out a crazy saber light, aiming at Ling Xiao's head. The saber light seemed to have turned into an afterimage at that moment. It was extremely fast. Facing this crazy saber attack, Ling Xiao didn't retreat or dodge, because Chi Hang's current strength wasn't enough for him to dodge. The Void God sword suddenly rose. Clang! The sword and saber collided violently. They were entangled. Chi Hang couldn't help but frown. He thought that he could easily take down his opponent, but it turned out that the opponent was much more difficult to deal with than he imagined. Without thinking, he clenched his left hand into a fist and smashed it at Ling Xiao's head. This guy's 2 attacks were aimed at Ling Xiao's head. Clearly, he wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao sneered and raised his left hand at the same time. However, the difference was that Chi Hung used a normal attack, while Ling Xiao used the Demon Ox Fist. Boom! The 2 of them collided again. This time, Chi Hung was obviously at a disadvantage. He was forced to retreat more than 10 steps, and even blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. Smoke and dust flew up from the arena. Spider-web-like cracks kept spreading. What? Seeing this scene, the audience was dumbfounded. Huang Shui was even more dumbfounded. She thought that Ling Xiao was only relying on the divine inscription art. But now, Ling Xiao clearly didn't use the divine inscription art, but he was able to suppress Chi Hung. What's going on with this guy? Those martial artists who thought that Ling Xiao would definitely lose were a little dazed at this time. The direction of this battle was completely different from what they had imagined. Again, Chi Hung was at a disadvantage, and a violent emotion rose in his chest. He pounced forward crazily. Bang! Bang! In the next moment, Ling Xiao and Chi Hung attacked each other crazily. They fought from the arena to the air. They fought from the air back to the ground. The figures of the 2 would only appear at the moment of contact. Due to the fast speed of the battle, most martial artists couldn't see them clearly at all. In just more than 10 seconds, the 2 of them had exchanged dozens of blows. This made the shocked audience even more dumbfounded. Finally, at a certain moment, bang! Chi Hang's figure flew out again and fell on the arena. He was forced back again, and this time he was in a worse state than before. Countless people in the drill ground were in an uproar. If the previous one could be said to be a coincidence, then after dozens of blows, not only was Ling Xiao not at a disadvantage, but he was also able to force Chi Hung back again. This couldn't be a coincidence. Chapter 51-58. Originally, these people thought that Ling Xiao would be defeated as soon as the battle began. They thought that he wouldn't even be able to block a single move from Chi Hung. But now, it seemed like that wasn't the case. Not only did Ling Xiao not lose, but he even managed to force Chi Hung back and injure him. Release your martial soul. Otherwise, you're no match for me. Ling Xiao stood there and said calmly. He knew that the Qi family's martial soul was also a god martial soul. It was called the Hound God. The Hound God martial soul was actually a type of beast god martial soul, but it was different from the Hound God of the primeval god position. There was no comparison. It could be said that the Hound God of the primeval god position was the ancestor of the Qi family's Hound God. Qi Heng looked at Ling Xiao with a gloomy face. He was very unhappy. He knew that Ling Xiao wasn't as weak as he looked, but he still thought that he could easily defeat him. But after the real fight, he realized that something was wrong. Ling Xiao was much more terrifying than he thought. Even without using the Saint runes, he could still suppress him without releasing his martial soul. All right, I'll fulfill your wish. Hound God martial soul release. Following Qi Heng's roar, a terrifying energy surged from behind him. At the same time, a shadow with a dog's head and a human's body appeared behind him. A terrifying aura erupted. It pressed down on Ling Xiao. You didn't defeat me before I released my martial soul. This is your stupidest mistake. Now you're going to die. Qi Heng sneered and charged at Ling Xiao again. With the enhancement of his martial soul, Qi Heng's speed was more than 10 times faster than before. In an instant, he was already in front of Ling Xiao. Light body Saint Rune. Holy ground demonic shadow. Ling Xiao didn't meet force with force. He chose to avoid the attack. Can you escape? Hound God Wind. Coupled with the Hound God Martial Soul's movement technique, Qi Heng's speed soared again. Ling Xiao couldn't dodge at all. Mad Dog, Thunderstorm Blade. Qi Heng didn't show any mercy this time. A second-level Saint class martial skill was unleashed. At that moment, thunder rumbled in the air. Before the saber qi approached, Ling Xiao could already feel the pain of being cut. Even smoother cuts appeared on the bluestone slabs on the ground. Saint Barbaric Bull Rune. God-defying art cross-form combine. Ling Xiao raised the Void God sword to meet the attack. Since he couldn't avoid it, he would face it head-on. Although the God-reversing art was not as good as Qi Heng's martial technique, it was still very powerful. However, Ling Xiao's Void God sword was sharper than his opponent's battle blade and had improved significantly. With the help of the Saint Barbaric Bull Rune, he was confident that he wouldn't lose. Clang! The saber and the sword clashed again. The power spread out beneath their feet. A huge crater had been blasted open on the stage. Although it seemed like they were evenly matched, it was actually Ling Xiao who was at a disadvantage. In that instant, Qi Heng attacked again. The battle blade in his hand almost turned into an afterimage as he slashed at Ling Xiao again and again. Let's see how long you can last. It was almost like a storm of battle blades. The entire stage was shrouded in saber qi. After Qi Heng released his martial soul, he suppressed Ling Xiao. He kept attacking, trying to beat Ling Xiao until he lost his will to fight. Many people broke out in cold sweat for Ling Xiao. If he was hit by that attack, he would probably be turned into minced meat. However, Ling Xiao didn't look nervous at all in the face of Qi Heng's attacks. With Qi Heng's strength, the help of a second-level Saint-class martial skill, an Emperor artifact battle blade with 3 divine dragon runes, it was normal for him to fight like this. He seemed to only have the power to defend and didn't have the power to fight back, but he blocked all of his opponent's attacks. In the Tai Chi Eye, Qi Heng's every attack, even the trajectory of the attack, was clearly imprinted in his mind. The most terrifying thing was that the Tai Chi Eye helped Ling Xiao to analyze the weakness of the attack and think of a way to deal with it. It's my turn! The Tai Chi Eye suddenly flickered with a sharp light. Ling Xiao found the only flaw in Qi Heng's saber technique. In that instant, Ling Xiao released the power of the void with his right hand. The light of transcending the void instantly pierced through the layers of saber net and stabbed at Qi Heng. The move transcending the void completely ignored space. Once Ling Xiao released it, Qi Heng had no time to defend at all. That sharp light directly hit Qi Heng. However, because the attack power wasn't strong enough, it only shattered Qi Heng's protective divine essence and left a shallow bloody mark on Qi Heng's cheek. Even so, it gave Qi Heng a fright. It made Qi Heng's saber net even more vulnerable. At this moment, Ling Xiao used his real killing move. Heaven Covering Blood Palm. The power of a rank 3 Saint class martial skill directly shattered the saber net and blasted Chi Heng's body. Chi Heng flew out like a kite with a broken string and fell on the arena again. At this moment, the whole arena was shocked. One had to know that Chi Heng was repelled by Ling Xiao before, because Chi Heng didn't release his martial soul. Now, Chi Heng had released his divine dog martial soul, but he was still repelled, and the injury this time seemed to be more serious than the previous 2 times. Heaven Covering Blood Palm? What's your relationship with the city, Lord of Dual Axe City? Chi Heng said angrily, "Why do you care so much? Now, do you still want to say that you can definitely win?" Ling Xiao didn't pursue because he knew that Chi Heng still had other killing moves. If he got too close, it would be easy for the other party to succeed in a sneak attack. He had to weaken the other party to a certain extent before completely destroying him. Chi Heng's eyes seemed to turn blood red. At that moment, he roared like a wild beast. "Ling Xiao, you must die! Divine dog possession!" The phantom behind Chi Heng was instantly absorbed into his body. At that moment, his body also started to change. Regardless of whether it was strength or speed, it increased again. That terrifying aura made countless people tremble with fear. After transforming, Chi Heng grabbed the ground with both hands and moved like a wild beast on all fours. His blood-red eyes were filled with berserk killing intent. That dog head especially looked incomparably malevolent. Chi Heng miscalculated again. He originally thought that he could win after releasing his martial soul, but once again he was injured by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, this trash, actually cultivated a 3rd level Saint class martial skill. This was something he never expected. Last time in the Dragon Cave, he lost all face. He didn't expect that he would lose face again in this commander selection. If he couldn't kill Ling Xiao, he wouldn't be able to make a comeback. I still say the same thing. Even if you turn into a dog, you can't kill me. Ling Xiao still looked indifferently at Chi Heng. Stupid Chi Heng. He still didn't realize that the bloodthirsty plague had weakened him. Ha 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 ha. I really admire your courage. Chi Heng's expression was malevolent, his voice incomparably cold. Ling Xiao, to be able to force me to this extent, I really admire you. But unfortunately at this point, it also means that you're completely finished. You think the divine dog possession is everything? Let me tell you, this is only the first step, because there's a cultivation method that can only be used in this state. Hearing this, Ling Xiao frowned slightly. This Chi Heng indeed had other trump cards besides the Berserk Saint rune. Chapter 51-59. After Chi Heng was possessed by the Hound deity, he indicated that he still had an even more powerful trump card waiting for Ling Xiao. As his voice landed, a dangerous aura was released from his body. A hoarse and terrifying voice was spat out from his throat. "Mad Hound Mystic Art!" Bang! A tyrannical aura was released from his body again with a loud bang, akin to an erupting volcano. Everyone could feel Chi Heng's aura rising steadily. It was just that Chi Heng's eyes had an additional look of increasingly intense madness. It's actually the Mad Hound Mystic Art. Many people stood up in shock. They did not expect that Chi Heng was actually forced to such an extent. The Mad Hound Mystic Art was a mystic art unique to the Chi family. It could instantly increase a martial artist's combat power tenfold. The most terrifying thing was that the Mad Hound Mystic Art could even make a martial artist's divine essence undergo changes, slacking off the terrifying rabies germs. Once the opponent came into contact with this germ, if not dealt with in time, they would become increasingly weaker until they died. It could be said to be an extremely troublesome mystic art. Of course, such a powerful mystic art naturally had a particularly powerful weakness. Otherwise, Chi Heng would have used it from the start. There were 2 weaknesses. Actually, it was better to say that they were sequelae. Firstly, the user would be affected by the rabies germs, becoming crazy and losing reason. Secondly, once the Mad Hound mystic art was used, the cultivation would definitely regress after the battle. As for how much it would regress, it would depend on the user's cultivation stability as well as their physical quality. No matter what, this was very troublesome. Even the Qi family's martial artists really did not dare to use it unless it was a desperate situation. Blood-red divine essence enveloped Qi Heng's entire body. This made the Qi Heng who was lying there with his hands and feet grabbing the ground look like a blood-red beast. Even his teeth also became incomparably sharp. A low roar emitted from his throat, not like a human at all. In order to kill me, you're really going all out. But aren't you afraid that doing this will be futile? Ling Xiao frowned and looked at Qi Heng as he said, "As long as I can achieve the goal, this bit of price is nothing. If I don't do this, the one who will be unlucky will be me." Qi Heng said coldly, "Compared to the regression of my cultivation base, I think death is more troublesome. After all, once a person dies, there's no chance left." As soon as Qi Heng said the last word, he suddenly pounced forward. Their target was Ling Xiao. In that instant, the blood-red figure was extremely fast. As expected of the Mad Dog's secret art, it is indeed crazy. Ling Xiao wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. Even with the light body Saint Rune, his current speed was comparable to Qi Heng's. Now that his opponent had sped up, it was too late for him to speed up, and he would only expose his flaws. Therefore, at this moment, Ling Xiao's face was like water, and he rationally chose to resist. He wanted to see just how strong Qi Heng was after using the Mad Dog's secret technique. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the two of them collided again. This time, Ling Xiao directly used the heaven-covering blood palm. In the end, he couldn't hold on for more than a moment. His opponent's combat strength had increased too much. Stacked together, it was 100-fold increase, and it wasn't something he could resist at all. Ling Xiao's figure flew backward, and in the end he had to rely on the sharpness of the Void God's sword to slow down on the arena before he could stop. Fortunately, Ling Xiao's physical body was tough enough, so he wasn't seriously injured this time. He was only pushed back. "You're really tough. You've cultivated a body-refining martial technique, right? But no matter how tough you are, how many times can you block it?" After Qi Heng's attack, he didn't stop, and he appeared in front of Ling Xiao again. A violent attack blasted out again. However, this time, Ling Xiao was prepared, and he used the earth-piercing golden light technique to avoid the attack. He didn't let Qi Heng's goal succeed. However, he was forced to dodge like this. Many people could see that Ling Xiao was beginning to be at a disadvantage, suppressed by Qi Heng. If he didn't have any other trump cards, he would probably die here today. Huang Yu's expression became solemn, while Huang Shui looked conflicted. The 9th Squad's martial artists all clenched their fists tightly, nervously watching the changes in the arena, their hearts heavy and worried. In contrast, Yufeng Hua looked relaxed, as if Ling Xiao wasn't in any trouble at all, because only she understood how terrifying Ling Xiao was. Even though Qi Heng used the Mad Dog's secret technique and posed a threat to Ling Xiao was actually enjoying the battle. Unfortunately, Qi Tianmei didn't know this, and that old guy was still smiling proudly. Swoosh! Swoosh! Qi Heng kept shrinking the encirclement. He didn't give Ling Xiao a chance to use the earth-piercing golden light technique. This made Ling Xiao's space to dodge smaller and smaller. At some point, Ling Xiao realized that no matter where he fled, he would face Qi Heng. It was simply impossible to escape. A ferocious smile appeared on Qi Heng's face. "Run, run, run. Why aren't you running anymore? Today, I'll make you lose your life here." As he spoke, Qi Heng's hand movements didn't stop. The tyrannical attack enveloped Ling Xiao, sealing off all of Ling Xiao's escape angles. In the spectator seats, many people already stood up. That was because they felt that this battle might end here. Even if Ling Xiao lost, he actually already won respect. After all, Ling Xiao fought with Qi Heng for so long, and even injured Qi Heng 3 times. Although he was going to lose now, it was a glorious defeat. They thought so, but Ling Xiao didn't think so. Since they were going to fight, he wouldn't admit defeat. Do you think you can scare me by pretending to be calm? You have no chance at all. Die for me. Qi Heng hoped to see fear and shock on Ling Xiao's face. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. Ling Xiao's expression was as calm as ever. Even at the moment when he attacked, he revealed a disdainful smile. Oh, are you so sure? The rabid dog secret technique may have given you powerful combat strength. But at the same time, it also made you lose your mind and even your sense of pain. Don't you realize that you're already injured all over? Also, don't you know? Why was I chosen by the Golden King to enter the Golden Region? I'm a Saint Inscription Master. Ling Xiao chuckled and activated the Golden Saint Inscription. Boom! At the same time, Qi Heng's attack landed on the protective wall formed by the Golden Saint Inscription. This was a protective wall that even a first-level Divine Soul Realm martial artist couldn't break easily. Qi Heng couldn't break it either. Originally, he just couldn't break it. However, at this moment, Qi Heng's body was covered with small wounds. After the violent impact, these wounds suddenly split open. Blood spurted out. Qi Heng roared in pain and became a bloody man. Why? Qi Heng knelt on one knee. Obviously, he was seriously injured. It was a miracle that he didn't die after losing so much blood. The audience also wanted to ask why, because this was a situation that they had not expected. Ling Xiao, who they thought would lose, turned the situation around in an instant. It was really strange. Chapter 5160. So Ling Xiao is a Saint Inscription Master? No wonder he was so calm. What he released just now was the Golden Light Saint Inscription, a first-grade defensive Saint Inscription. However, it can only defend and not counterattack, right? Why is Qi Heng in such a miserable state? Look, what's that? Someone with sharp eyes saw the flashing sword pellet beside Ling Xiao. The sword pellet was only the size of a quail egg. Moreover, it usually flew at high speed. It was not easy to see it. Now that it stopped, they finally noticed the sword pellet. It's the Divine Inscription Sect's sword pellet technique. Huang Shui had seen the sword pellet technique before. Now she finally understood why. Ling Xiao wasn't just dodging Qi Heng's attack. While dodging, he released the sword pellet. Qi Heng didn't even know he was injured because he used the Mad Dog secret technique. It was only when the sword pellet collided with the golden light Saint Inscription that all the wounds opened up. What a terrifying guy! Huang Shui couldn't help but shiver. Ling Xiao wasn't very strong, but his mind was really vicious and cunning. One had to be 200% focused when fighting with him. Otherwise, one would definitely be plotted against. Why? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. How can I not study the Mad Dog secret technique that can instantly increase one's combat power? Your Qi clan is very famous. It's even easier to find information on the Mad Dog secret technique. Damn it! Qi Heng's mind completely exploded. He had miscalculated again. He thought he could pay the price and use the Mad Dog secret technique to kill Ling Xiao. Who would have known that Ling Xiao was an ant transformed from a demon? He was always scheming against him. Admit defeat. I don't want to become mortal enemies with the Qi clan. If you admit defeat, I can give you the position of deputy commander. Ling Xiao smiled. Shut up. You want me to admit defeat? Dream on. Do you think you can defeat me with the golden light Saint Inscription? In your dreams. Qi Heng struggled to stand up. A vicious expression appeared on his face. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was as calm as ever as if he had expected this to happen. How could Chi Hung admit defeat at this time? This guy still wanted to kill him. The sword, orb technique, and the golden saint rune should be your final trump card. And I still have the most powerful trump card. So you're dead for sure this time. Chi Heng's deep voice was filled with the aura of death. A small blood-red sword suddenly appeared between his eyebrows. Of course, other people couldn't see this blood-red sword. They could only feel the sudden surge of Chi Heng's soul power. An aura that made one's heart tremble formed there. Secret soul technique. A knowledgeable martial artist exclaimed. It's clearly Chi Tianmei's most proficient soul sword technique. He hadn't expected Chi Heng's attainments in soul techniques to be so high. You must have used this to knock out Huang Taewun just now. Ling Xiao is in trouble now that the soul sword technique is out. If he doesn't admit defeat now, I'm afraid he'll become a fool. The terrifying soul power continued to condense. The blood-red sword became stronger and stronger in Chi Heng's perception. The air in that area seemed to be frightened by the soul sword Chi, making a trembling wail. I didn't expect Chi Heng to have cultivated the soul sword technique to the 3rd level. You must know that the soul sword technique is very difficult to cultivate. Martial artists under the divine soul realm can cultivate it to the 4th level at most. Even Chi Tianmei, who is the most proficient in this technique, can only touch the edge of the 4th level. How did Chi Hung do it? It doesn't matter how he did it. The situation is reversed again. Even if Chi Hung is seriously injured, as long as Ling Xiao dies, he still wins. There were too many changes in this battle, bringing too many surprises to people. But this time, it seemed that it was really going to be over. Ling Xiao, you didn't expect that I still have the soul sword technique. Although you're very strong and can injure me seriously, you can't escape death in the end. You must be very desperate and unhappy, right? Unfortunately, the reality is so cruel. Chi Hung looked at Ling Xiao coldly. The most terrifying thing about the soul secret technique was that it was extremely fast. It was almost faster than any martial skill. So he wasn't worried that Ling Xiao would escape, because Ling Xiao couldn't escape at all. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame your bad luck. If you had joined the Qi family, maybe you wouldn't be in this situation today. Covered in blood and with a ferocious expression, Chi Hung looked like a violent monster. Ling Xiao could see the blood-red sword with his Tai Chi eye. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch, and a malicious smile appeared on his face. Yes, the reality is really cruel. You've always wanted to kill me, but in my eyes, you're just a pathetic weed. You're nothing but a miserable weed that grew on my path of cleaving through thistles and thorns. Since you want to die, I'll gladly fulfill your wish. Ha 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 ha. Chi Hung laughed wildly. You're about to die, but you're still so sharp-tongued. Do it, and I won't argue with you. Anyway, you're about to die. If I argue with a fool, I'll become a fool too. Oh, right after you die, don't worry about your woman. I'll love her. Because of the last words, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with the strongest killing intent. Although I really want to kill you, that's too easy for you. I'll turn you into a fool and humiliate you for the rest of your life. I'll take your dog god martial spirit and use it to upgrade my sword body martial spirit. Haha. Chi Hung sneered, but didn't say anything. He was too lazy to speak. The soul sword art was finished. The blood-red sword stabbed at Ling Xiao crazily. The golden light saint rune could block martial skills, but it couldn't block the soul's secret technique. Everyone stood up and looked at the arena. They wanted to see what would happen in the end. Would there be another miracle? Facing Chi Heng's attack, Ling Xiao stood there like a fool. He didn't move at all. Huang Yu was nervous. Han Yuan, Chun Chi, Han Li, and the rest of the 9th platoon were so nervous that they wanted to rush up to save him. Luckily, Yu Fenghua stopped them. Otherwise, it would have caused a lot of trouble. Chi Tianmei, sneered proudly. Although Ling Xiao escaped from the previous attack, she didn't hesitate to use an evil cultivation method to let Qi Heng cultivate the soul sword art to the 3rd level. For this, she sacrificed hundreds of divine body realm martial artist souls. She believed that she wouldn't lose this time. Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to turn the tables again. Under the sympathetic, mocking, and excited gazes of countless people, Ling Xiao smiled. What a coincidence! I know the soul sword art too, and I'm stronger than you. Although they couldn't see it, everyone could feel Ling Xiao's soul power exploding in that instant. If Qi Heng's soul sword was compared to a 3-inch flying dagger, Ling Xiao's soul sword was a 3-meter-long green dragon crescent blade. The two couldn't be compared at all. Ling Xiao's soul power was too strong. Even if their soul sword art attainments were only at the 3rd level, the gap between them was still too big. Chapter 5161. How is that possible? How does Ling Xiao know the soul sword art? Qi Tianmei was dumbfounded. Not only did Ling Xiao know the soul sword art, but his mastery of it was also very strong. Qi Heng couldn't compare to him. Qi Tianmei couldn't even compare. In terms of soul power, Qi Tianmei lost to Ling Xiao. Rumor has it that the soul sword art is unique to the Qi family. How did he learn it? Haha! His mastery of the soul sword art is above Qi Heng's. He's even stronger than Qi Tianmei. This is too unexpected. Cries of shock rang out one after another. Ling Xiao once again made everyone's jaws drop. Qi Heng was dumbfounded at that moment. The fear in his eyes showed his despair. I concede he wanted to admit defeat, but unfortunately he couldn't say the last word. The soul secret technique was too fast. Qi Heng's soul sword was shattered. Ling Xiao's soul sword pierced Qi Heng's soul. In that instant, Qi Heng lost consciousness. He didn't even have time to scream. At this moment, the entire great drill ground fell into a dead silence. Everyone stared blankly at Qi Heng, who fell off the arena. Qi Heng was not only covered in blood, but he was also unconscious. The outcome of this battle was finally decided. However, this result shocked most of the people. Except for Yu Fanghua, no one would have thought that Qi Heng, who knocked out Huang Tewun with a roar, would be defeated so easily. He was defeated by Ling Xiao in such a sorry state. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao, who was standing proudly on the arena, with astonishment in their eyes. Originally, no one had put this young man in their eyes, but he had used his tyrannical fighting strength to prove his fearsomeness and strength. Maybe the martial city was going to change. A new era was going to start in the Golden Region. Some were surprised, some were angry. Huang Yu was surprised and Huang Shui was shocked. Qi Tianmei, on the other hand, was furious. She immediately went to Qi Heng's side to check on Qi Heng's injuries. In the end, she had to admit that Qi Heng's soul was severely injured. Even she couldn't save Qi Heng. Qi Heng would continue to be in a coma and become a real vegetable. Even if he woke up one day, he would become a retard. At that moment, she couldn't suppress the anger and killing intent in her heart. She pounced on Ling Xiao. "Thief, I'll kill you." Boom! A pitch-black, demonic claw appeared in the sky, madly grabbing at Ling Xiao. The violent power instantly crushed the arena. How could the arena, which was already riddled with scars, withstand the terrifying attack of a 9th-level divine physique echelon expert? Ling Xiao was the devil's soul sword technique? Many people cried out in surprise. Huang Shui revealed a strange smile. This was the situation she wanted to see the most. After Ling Xiao was killed by Qi Tianmei, she would punish Qi Tianmei. Then the martial city would be under her control. However, at that moment, a figure appeared beside her. It was Huang Yu. Huang Yu had long anticipated that Qi Tianmei would not let the matter rest, so she had been preparing all along. She wanted to block this attack for Ling Xiao. "Sister, where are you going?" Huang Shui wouldn't allow Huang Yu to ruin her plan. Zhong Ling, who was standing beside her, already flew over and blocked in front of Huang Yu. Zhong Ling's cultivation was much stronger than Huang Yu's. Blocking Huang Yu was a piece of cake. While they were delayed, Qi Tianmei's attack had already landed on the stage. The ground shook. Dust filled the sky. The battle stage was completely shattered. However, people were shocked to see a person in the shattered battle stage. He was wrapped in a ball of golden light. He looked at Qi Tianmei calmly. "Qi Tianmei, is your Qi family planning to rebel?" His roar gave Qi Tianmei a fright. Qi Tianmei calmed down in anger. She was scared. If she were to be accused of this, she would most likely ruin her family's plans. At that time, even if the royal family didn't punish her, her family would. Fortunately, she didn't kill Ling Xiao. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Ling Xiao won the final victory in the selection. He was already the commander of the Martial City's City Defense Army. She killed the commander of the Martial City's City Defense Army in front of so many people. If that wasn't rebellion, then what was? Haha, I believe City Lord Qi did such an irrational thing in a moment of anger. He didn't mean to rebel. Am I right? At that moment, Huang Shui suddenly spoke. Ling Xiao frowned. He instantly understood this woman's thoughts. She didn't want him to grow, so she deliberately kept Qi Tianmei as a hindrance. What a good idea. Unfortunately, was it useful? After becoming the commander of the City Defense Army, his next step was to seize the position of City Lord of Martial City. Qi Tianmei had to be eliminated sooner or later. Hearing Huang Shui's words, Qi Tianmei heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Sorry, Qi Heng grew up by my side. He's like my own son. Seeing him injured, I couldn't control my emotions. I hope you can forgive me, Ling Xiao." Ling Xiao looked at Qi Tianmei. He didn't plan to play his cards according to the routine. "If I forgive you just because you ask me to, how much face would I lose?" He suddenly sneered and said, "What if I don't forgive? The arena is full of danger to begin with. Injuries and even death are normal. If everyone interferes like you, what are the rules for? Or is it that your Qi family isn't willing to follow the rules set by the royal family at all?" Hearing this, Huang Shui and Qi Tianmei's faces changed. They didn't expect that Ling Xiao, this fellow, was actually so difficult to deal with. Ordinary people would quit while they were ahead, but this brat was actually so persistent. "Then what do you want to do?" Huang Shui asked with a frown. Her, is your highness confused? You're a member of the royal family. Qi Tianmei, as a city lord, broke the rules and attempted to kill the new city defense army commander. Don't you know how to punish her? You still need a small character like me to teach you? Ling Xiao sneered and kicked the ball to Huang Shui. Want to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight? No way. Huang Shui really gnashed her teeth in hatred at this time. If she knew, she wouldn't have come. Now, if she didn't deal with Qi Tianmei, it would definitely be thought that the royal family was afraid of the Qi family. It would damage the royal family's prestige. But if she wanted to deal with her, she would fall out with the Qi family. It wasn't a good thing in the end. After all, now wasn't the time to break off relations with the Qi family. What to do? Is there a need for your highness to think so much? How to punish? Isn't it written in the law? Do you want me to read it out for you? Destroying the selection. Attempting to kill the new city defense army commander. According to the law, she should be imprisoned for at least 3 years and be removed from the city lord position. If the circumstances are serious, she can even be executed. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. When he said this, Huang Shui's head hurt even more. Remove Qi Tianmei from the city lord position? Imprisoned for at least 3 years? How was that possible? Now that the Qi family was at its peak, if they really did that, the Qi family wouldn't let it go. What should she do? You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.